Hi there, friends. Thanks for tuning in to DC What Ifs. Get ready for an incredible journey as we present what if Hermione Granger discovered Superman's secret at Hogwarts and they became the most powerful magical couple. If you find our stories entertaining, a simple like and subscribe would mean everything to us. Your support motivates us to create more. Here we go. Chapter 1, The Stranger Among Us. The Great Hall buzzed with energy as students piled in for the welcome feast. Hermione Granger smoothed her robes and took her usual spot next to Harry and Ron at the Gryffindor table, already mentally organizing her sixth-year study schedule. "Can't believe summer's over," Ron groaned, eyeing the empty golden plates. "Though I've missed the food." "Priorities as usual," Hermione said with an eye roll that lacked any real annoyance. She'd missed them, even if she wouldn't admit how much Ron's comment about Bulgaria in his last letter had stung. Victor was just a friend now, but explaining that to Ron seemed pointless. Harry looked thinner than ever, dark circles under his eyes. "Heard anything about new students?" he asked, clearly trying to sound casual. After Sirius and the Department of Mysteries, Harry's definition of casual had shifted dramatically. "Just that," Hermione started, but McGonagall's entrance with the trembling first-years cut her off. The Sorting Hat sang its annual warning, "Unity, danger, darkness approaching," while Hermione's attention drifted toward Dumbledore. The blackened hand he tried hiding in his sleeve confirmed her suspicions. Something was very wrong. After the first years were sorted, Dumbledore rose. "Before we feast, one final introduction. This year, Hogwarts welcomes its first exchange student from the Salem Witches Institute." Whispers erupted across the hall. Exchange programs were virtually non-existent between magical schools. "Please welcome Calvin Kent, who'll be joining our sixth-year students." The side door opened, and Hermione's first thought was that he didn't look American. Not in the stereotypical way, at least. Tall and broad-shouldered with dark hair and startlingly blue eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses, he carried himself with a strange mix of confidence and restraint. His robes hung awkwardly, like he wasn't used to wearing them. "Bloody hell," Ron muttered. "Looks more like a seventh year." McGonagall placed the Sorting Hat on Cal's head. The hat remained silent for nearly 2 minutes, longer than any sorting Hermione had witnessed since Harry's. Cal's jaw tightened, his shoulders tensing visibly. Finally, the hat called, "Gryffindor." The table erupted in cheers. Cal's face relaxed into a tentative smile as he headed toward their table. "Over here." Ron called, waving enthusiastically. "American, eh? Do you play Quidditch?" Cal slid into the empty space across from them. "I haven't played much. Sports aren't really my thing." His accent sounded Midwestern, Kansas, maybe. Hermione had visited cousins in Chicago once and recognized the flat vowels. "Calvin Kent," he said, extending his hand to each of them in turn. His grip was firm but oddly hesitant, like someone afraid of squeezing too hard. "I'm Hermione Granger. This is Ron Weasley and Harry Potter." Cal's eyes flicked to Harry's forehead briefly, the standard reaction, but then he did something unusual. He looked away, as if deliberately avoiding staring. "Just Cal, please. Nobody calls me Calvin except my mother when I'm in trouble." A shadow crossed his face. "Called, I mean." An awkward silence followed until Dumbledore clapped, filling their plates with food. Cal stared at the spread with genuine wonder. "You don't have feasts like this in America?" Harry asked. "Not exactly like this," Cal replied, carefully serving himself. "Salem's different. Smaller. Less. Medieval castle, more colonial academy." Hermione leaned forward. "I've read that Salem specializes in practical applications rather than theory. Is that true?" Cal's eyebrows rose. "You've read about Salem? That's impressive." "Hermione reads about everything," Ron said through a mouthful of potatoes. "Literally everything." "Not everything," she protested. "Just anything worth knowing." Cal smiled, a genuine smile that transformed his face from merely handsome to something more. "I've found most things are worth knowing, even if you don't know why yet." Something in his tone suggested experience beyond his years. "So why transfer to Hogwarts?" Harry asked. "Bit unusual, isn't it?" Cal paused, pushing his glasses up. "Family circumstances changed. My adoptive father has British connections, thought I'd benefit from Hogwarts' broader curriculum." "Adoptive?" Ron asked. "My birth parents died when I was a baby." Cal glanced at Harry. "I've heard that's something you understand." Harry nodded, and something passed between them, a silent recognition. "What's your favorite subject?" Hermione asked, steering toward safer territory. "Astronomy." Cal answered immediately, then looked almost embarrassed. "And charms. I'm decent with practical magic, but theory trips me up sometimes." Hermione brightened. "I could help with that. I'm putting together study schedules for NEWT preparation already." "Of course you are," Ron groaned. "That would be really helpful," Cal said, looking genuinely grateful. "Magic works a bit differently here than what I'm used to." "Different how?" Hermione asked, curiosity piqued. Before Cal could answer, Dumbledore rose for announcements. Snape as defense professor caused an uproar that distracted everyone, but Hermione noticed Cal watching Snape with unusual intensity, eyes narrowed as if he could see something others couldn't. Cal proved to be something of an enigma in their first week of classes. In charms, he performed every spell perfectly on the first try, yet looked surprised each time. In transfiguration, his wand work was flawless, but his explanations for how he achieved results were vague at best. It was as if his magic operated on intuition rather than understanding. "He's bloody brilliant with a wand," Ron commented as they left defense against the dark arts. "Did you see him block Snape's hex without even looking properly?" "His reflexes are remarkable," Hermione agreed. "Though he seems uncomfortable with the attention." Harry snorted. At least someone else can be Snape's target for a change. But something about Cal nagged at Hermione. The way spells sometimes rippled oddly around him, as if interacting with an invisible field. How he'd accidentally crushed a brass scale in potions then looked mortified. The strange incident in herbology when Professor Sprout's most vicious venomous tentacula had recoiled from him instead of attacking. Little inconsistencies that didn't add up. She found him in the library that evening, surrounded by star charts and astronomy texts. "Mind if I join you?" she asked, already setting down her books. Cal looked up, seeming genuinely pleased. "Please do. I was hoping for company." "Homesick?" she ventured. He traced a constellation with his finger. "Not exactly. Just, trying to orient myself. Through stars. They're the same no matter where you are." He smiled sadly. "Constant in an inconstant universe." Hermione studied him as he returned to his chart. His handwriting was oddly precise, almost mechanically perfect. "Another small inconsistency." "You're very good at magic for someone who claims theory confuses you," she said, opening her arithmancy text. Cal's pencil paused. "Is that an accusation or a compliment?" "An observation. You cast non-verbally in your first week here, yet your essays read like you're translating concepts from another language entirely." He set down his pencil. "Perceptive. I notice things. Clearly." His eyes met hers with unexpected intensity. "Salem's approach is different. We focus on magical intent over technique. Theory comes later, if at all." "That's backwards," Hermione protested. "Understanding magical principles is essential for what? Making magic work." He smiled. "Does a bird need aerodynamic theory to fly?" Hermione frowned. "That's different. Instinctive magic is unreliable and potentially dangerous. Or maybe it's just a different paradigm." Cal leaned forward. There's more than one way to understand the universe, Hermione. The way he said her name, with careful pronunciation of each syllable, sent an unexpected shiver through her. Then help me understand your way, she challenged. Something flickered in his eyes, vulnerability, perhaps, before he nodded. Fair enough. But it goes both ways. They fell into a rhythm after that, exchanging perspectives on magical theory. Cal asked questions nobody else thought to ask, about the fundamental nature of magic, its relationship to physical laws, whether spells behaved differently near magical ley lines or during solar flares. You think like a scientist, she remarked after he questioned why transfiguration couldn't create energy from nothing. Is that unusual for a wizard? Most purebloods have never heard of conservation of mass, she said dryly. And even half-bloods rarely connect magical theory to scientific principles. Cal smiled. Where I'm from, we don't separate them so strictly. Salem sounds increasingly interesting. His smile faltered. It has its charms. By curfew, Hermione had more questions than answers, but one thing was clear, Calvin Kent wasn't simply an ordinary transfer student. You're obsessing, Harry told her the next morning when she speculated about Cal over breakfast. I'm curious, she corrected. Don't you think it's odd that he can perform advanced spells but stumbles over basic magical theory? Maybe he's just a natural, Ron suggested, watching Cal enter the Great Hall. Like Harry with defense. Cal approached their table, and Hermione couldn't help noticing how other students subtly moved aside for him in the crowded walkway. Not out of fear or reverence, they barely seemed aware they were doing it, but something about his presence commanded space. Morning, Cal greeted, sliding onto the bench. First Hogsmeade weekend tomorrow, right? What's worth seeing? As Ron launched into an enthusiastic description of honeydukes and zonkos, Hermione observed Cal's reaction. His polite interest seemed genuine, but there was something almost anthropological about his questions, like a researcher studying local customs. You'll come with us, won't you? Harry asked. Cal glanced at Hermione. If that's all right with everyone. Of course, she said quickly. I can show you the bookshop. His smile lit up his face. I'd like that. Later, during potions, Hermione noticed another oddity. Slughorn had them brewing a sensory enhancement potion that emitted distinctive fumes at various stages. Everyone was coughing or commenting on the overwhelming smell of copper in the third phase, everyone except Cal, who continued working steadily without apparent discomfort. When Slughorn praised his perfect brass color, Cal startled slightly. I can't really see the difference, he admitted. I'm slightly colorblind. But Hermione had seen him correctly identifying the subtle color changes in astronomy when they charted Mars's progressions. Another inconsistency. She decided to test a theory, deliberately spilling a drop of armadillo bile near his workstation. The caustic substance should have produced an immediate noxious odor, but Cal didn't react until Slughorn exclaimed about the smell from across the room. Then his face scrunched in what looked like performed disgust. Their eyes met, and something in his expression told her he knew exactly what she'd done. After class, he caught up with her in the corridor. That was clever, he said quietly. What was? Testing whether I could smell the bile. His voice held no accusation, just gentle amusement. Why not just ask? Hermione felt her cheeks warm. Would you have given me a straight answer? Cal considered this. Probably not, he admitted. But I'd appreciate direct questions over experiments in the future. Fair enough. She stopped walking, turning to face him directly. Then tell me why you pretended to be affected by the potion fumes when you clearly weren't. His expression shifted, almost imperceptibly. People notice when you're different, Hermione. Sometimes it's easier to blend in. The quiet sincerity in his voice resonated with her. How many times had she deliberately downplayed her intelligence to avoid being further ostracized? How often had Harry pretended to be fine when he wasn't? I understand that better than you might think, she said softly. Something vulnerable flashed in his eyes. I believe you do. Hogsmeade glittered under the first dusting of October snow. Cal wore a red and gold Gryffindor scarf Hermione had loaned him, claiming he hadn't realized how cold Scotland got. You should have seen his face when he felt the snow, Ron told Harry and Hermione as they walked toward the village. Like he'd never seen it before. We don't get much snow where I'm from, Cal explained. And where is that exactly? Hermione asked. You've mentioned Salem, but not where you grew up. Small town in Kansas, Cal replied. Smallville. So small they named it twice, he added with a self-deprecating smile. Farming community? Yeah. Corn, mostly. A fond expression crossed his face. My dad, adoptive dad, has a farm there. Harry's interest perked up. What happened to your birth parents? If you don't mind me asking. Cal's expression closed slightly. They died when I was a baby. Natural disaster. The parallels to Harry's life hung in the air, unspoken. The Kents took me in, Cal continued. Couldn't have asked for better parents. Yet you call them your adoptive parents, Hermione noted. Not just parents. Cal gave her a measured look. Because that's the truth. I honor them most by being honest about who I am, and who they are to me. Something in his tone suggested layers of meaning Hermione couldn't quite grasp. Hogsmeade welcomed them with bustling shops and the promise of butterbeer. They took Cal on the standard tour, Zonko's, Honeydukes, the Shrieking Shack, before settling in the Three Broomsticks. Cal seemed genuinely delighted by magical sweets, examining every flavor beans like scientific specimens before tasting. You're missing the point, Ron laughed. You're supposed to just throw them in your mouth and risk it. I prefer knowing what I'm getting into, Cal replied, carefully selecting a red bean. Hermione smiled. A man after my own heart. Cal's eyes met hers briefly, something warm in his gaze before he looked away. At the Three Broomsticks, Madame Rosmerta brought over butterbeers. Cal took a cautious sip, then his eyebrows shot up in delight. This is amazing, he declared. We don't have anything like this back home. No butterbeers in America. Ron looked horrified. Different magical traditions, different magical foods, Cal explained. We have pumpkin juice, but it's not as sweet. As Harry and Ron debated the merits of various magical sweets, Hermione noticed Cal suddenly stiffen, his attention shifting to the window. Everything okay? She asked quietly. Not sure, he murmured. I thought I saw. The pub door burst open. A third-year Hufflepuff stumbled in, face pale. Death Eaters, he gasped. By the post office. Chaos erupted. Screams from outside confirmed the warning as patrons rushed toward the back exit. Harry was immediately on his feet, wand drawn, with Ron right beside him. Harry, wait. Hermione called, but he was already moving toward the door. Cal grabbed her arm. Stay here, he said firmly. I will not, she retorted, pulling free. Those are my friends. Something like respect flashed in his eyes. Then we go together. Outside, the scene was chaos. Black-robed figures fired curses at fleeing students. Ministry protections had clearly failed. Harry and Ron were already dueling a masked figure near Scrivenshafts. Get the younger students to safety, Hermione told Cal, drawing her wand. I'll help Harry and Ron. Cal hesitated, then nodded. Be careful. As Hermione ran toward her friends, she cast shields and deflection charms. A curse sizzled past her ear, and she spun to face a Death Eater emerging from an alley. Little mudblood all alone, a woman's voice taunted from behind the mask. Hermione didn't waste breath responding, firing a silent stunning spell followed by an impediment jinx. The Death Eater blocked both, advancing with casual menace. The Dark Lord has special plans for Potter's little friends, she hissed, raising her wand. Crucio. Hermione dove aside, the curse shattering a window behind her. She scrambled behind a barrel, mind racing through options. Before she could cast again, a jet of green light streaked toward her hiding place. Time seemed to slow. The killing curse approached, and Hermione knew she couldn't dodge in time. Then something impossible happened, a blur of motion, and suddenly Cal stood before her, directly in the curse's path. The green light struck him square in the chest. Hermione's scream died in her throat as Cal remained standing. The curse didn't bounce off him, it seemed to sink into his body, crackling across his skin like electricity before dissipating. His eyes glowed red for a split second before returning to blue. The Death Eater stumbled back in shock. What? Cal moved with impossible speed, crossing the distance between them before Hermione could blink. One moment he stood protectively before her, the next, the Death Eater was unconscious on the ground, Cal standing over her with a grim expression. He turned to Hermione, concern replacing the hardness in his eyes. "Are you hurt?" She stared at him, unable to process what she'd just witnessed. That was. I know. His voice was gentle. "I'll explain later. Right now, we need to help the others." Before she could respond, an explosion rocked the street. The Three Broomsticks roof collapsed in a shower of debris and flames. Screams erupted from inside. "There are people trapped," someone shouted. Cal looked at the building, then at Hermione. Making a decision, he pushed his glasses into her hand. "Hold these." "What are you?" But he was already running, not toward the door, but straight at the wall. Hermione watched in disbelief as Cal Kent leapt impossible meters into the air and crashed through the upper-story window. Seconds later, he emerged from the flames carrying 3 third-years. He set them down gently and disappeared back into the burning building before anyone could question him. Again and again he returned with survivors, moving through fire that should have incinerated him, lifting debris that would have required multiple levitation charms. Hermione stood frozen, wand forgotten in her hand, as the impossible unfolded before her. When the last victim was saved, Cal disappeared into an alley moments before Aurors began operating into the village. He returned to Hermione's side minutes later, now wearing soot-streaked clothing and glasses again, hair deliberately mussed as if he'd been caught in the chaos rather than causing miracles. "Everyone's accounted for," he said quietly, accepting his glasses back. "What are you?" Hermione whispered. Cal's eyes met hers, resignation and relief mingling in his expression. "Not what," he corrected softly. "Who?" The aftermath of the Hogsmeade attack was chaos. 3 students seriously injured, a dozen with minor wounds, and the village in partial ruins. Aurors swarmed the scene, taking statements and organizing emergency portkeys back to Hogwarts. Hermione sat in the hospital wing beside Ron, who'd taken a nasty cutting curse to his shoulder. Harry paced nearby, practically vibrating with tension and survivor's guilt. Neither had seen what Cal did, they'd been occupied with their own battles. "Where is he?" she whispered when Madame Pomfrey moved to another patient. "Who?" Ron asked groggily. "Cal. He was." She hesitated. How could she explain what she'd witnessed? The hospital wing doors opened, and Cal entered, now wearing clean robes and looking remarkably composed for someone who just walked through fire. Their eyes met, and unspoken communication passed between them, "Not now, not here." "Everyone okay?" Cal asked, approaching their beds. "We'll live," Harry said grimly. But 3 Death Eaters escaped. Cal's jaw tightened. "I heard. You helped get people out of the 3 broomsticks, right?" Ron asked. Hannah Abbott said someone was pulling people from the fire, but she was pretty confused. "I did what anyone would do," Cal replied, gaze flicking to Hermione. She knew better. No ordinary wizard could have done what she witnessed. When Madame Pomfrey finally released them that evening, Hermione caught Cal's sleeve as they left the hospital wing. "We need to talk," she said quietly. "Alone." He nodded, unsurprised. Astronomy tower? Midnight? I'll be there. The astronomy tower stood empty under a clear October sky, telescopes abandoned until the next class. Hermione arrived first, wrapping her cloak tightly against the Highland chill. Her mind raced with theories, each more outlandish than the last. Cal's footsteps on the stairs were deliberately loud, giving her warning of his approach, she realized. He emerged into the starlight, no longer wearing his glasses. "You don't actually need those, do you?" she asked. "No." He ran a hand through his dark hair. "They're enchanted glass. A habit more than a necessity." "A disguise, you mean?" Cal leaned against the parapet, looking out over the grounds. "Among other things." "You survived the killing curse," Hermione said, cutting to the heart of it. "Not blocked it, absorbed it." "That's impossible." "For a human wizard, yes." The implication hung in the air between them. "You're not human." She spoke it as a statement, not a question. Cal turned to face her directly, moonlight illuminating features now subtly different without the glasses, stronger, more defined. "Not Earthborn, at least." Hermione's mind whirled with implications. "An alien? Like, from another planet?" "From Krypton, specifically. A world that died long ago." She'd expected denial, deflection, not calm confirmation. "That's insane. Impossible." His smile held no humor. "I've heard those before." "I was going to say, extraordinary," Hermione corrected. "After everything I've seen in the magical world, aliens hardly seem implausible." Relief softened his features. "You're taking this better than expected. I just need to understand." She stepped closer. "Why are you here?" "At Hogwarts." "That's complicated." Cal, if that was even his name, looked skyward. "My birth name is Kal-El. I was sent to Earth as an infant when my planet was dying. The Kents found me and raised me as their son." "As Calvin Kent," Hermione supplied. "A play on your real name." He nodded. "I grew up thinking I was just different, not extraterrestrial. When my abilities began manifesting, my adoptive father helped me understand my origins through messages left in my spaceship." Hermione struggled to process this. "And what are these abilities?" "Enhanced strength, speed, invulnerability." He listed them clinically. "Flight. Enhanced senses. Heat vision. Cold breath. And magic," she pressed. "Are Kryptonians naturally magical?" "No." He shook his head. "That's why I'm here. Something happened last year, I began showing signs of magical ability. Not Kryptonian powers, but actual magic. My father contacted an old friend who knows about both worlds. They arranged my transfer to Hogwarts to learn control." "Dumbledore knows?" "Yes. And Snape, though he's not happy about it." Cal smiled ruefully. "My presence complicates their understanding of magical theory." Hermione's academic curiosity surged past her shock. "Does magic work differently for you? Is that why you struggle with theory but excel at practical applications?" His expression brightened. "Exactly. My Kryptonian biology interacts with magic unpredictably. Spells sometimes manifest through my existing abilities rather than standard magical channels. That explains so much." Hermione's mind raced with implications. "The colorblindness excuse in potions, I can see every wavelength of light, far beyond human perception," he explained. "Sometimes I forget which colors humans can actually distinguish. And in herbology, with the tentacula, plants react strangely to me. Something about my cellular structure." Hermione paced, connecting dots. "This is fascinating from a theoretical perspective. The magical community assumes only humans and certain magical creatures can channel magic, but if you, a non-terrestrial species, can access it. It suggests magic might be a universal force, not just an earthly phenomenon, Cal finished. Exactly what Dumbledore wants to understand. She stopped pacing, reality reasserting itself. You saved my life today. That killing curse wouldn't have killed me, he said quietly. My cells process energy differently. Even magical energy. You didn't know that for certain, she challenged. You took a massive risk. His eyes met hers, startlingly intense without the glass's barrier. Some things are worth risking everything for. Heat rose to Hermione's cheeks. Why are you telling me all this? You've obviously kept this secret for years. Because you saw too much to lie to, he said simply. And because I trust you. You barely know me. I know enough. He stepped closer. You're brilliant, principled, and loyal to a fault. You fight for what's right, even when it's unpopular. And you understand what it means to be different. The assessment was uncomfortably accurate. What happens now? That depends on you. His voice was gentle but serious. My presence here isn't just about learning magic. There are complications. What kind of complications? Cal sighed. The attack today wasn't random. Someone knows what I am, or at least suspects. Someone who wants to exploit the interaction between Kryptonian biology and magic. How? Who? That's what I'm trying to discover. He rubbed the back of his neck, a surprisingly human gesture. There's a substance called kryptonite, fragments of my destroyed world. It's deadly to me, disrupts my abilities completely. Hermione's analytical mind immediately grasped the implications. And if someone combined kryptonite with magic, they could potentially control or destroy me, he confirmed grimly. Or worse, harness the energy interaction for weapons far beyond anything either world has seen. Voldemort, she whispered. Or others. I don't know yet. Cal's expression hardened. But whoever placed that Death Eater in Hogsmeade knew I'd be there. They were testing me. A chill ran through Hermione that had nothing to do with the night air. What can I do to help? Surprise flickered across his face. You're offering to help. Just like that. You saved my life, she said simply. And if someone's trying to create magical Kryptonian weapons, that threatens both our worlds. Cal studied her for a long moment. You're remarkable, Hermione Granger. I'm practical, she corrected, ignoring the warmth his words stirred. So, partner. Where do we start? For the first time that night, his smile reached his eyes, brilliant and genuine. I think there might be kryptonite hidden somewhere in the Forbidden Forest. I've felt echoes of it. Weakness when I get too close to certain areas. Then we search the forest, Hermione decided. But not tonight. We need rest, and I need time to research. Research what? Everything I can find about interstellar magic, energy transmutation, and alien biology, she said with determined enthusiasm. Just because it hasn't been studied doesn't mean there aren't theoretical frameworks we can adapt. Cal laughed, a bright, surprised sound. I've never met anyone quite like you. Nor I you, she replied, smiling. Though that's rather more literal in your case. They stood together under the stars, some of which, Hermione realized, he might recognize in ways she never could. The revelation should have terrified her, yet instead she felt a curious sense of wonder. The universe had just expanded beyond imagining, yet somehow felt more connected than ever. I should get back before someone notices I'm gone, she said reluctantly. Of course. He hesitated. Hermione. Thank you for listening. For believing me. Thank you for trusting me with the truth. As they descended the tower stairs, a new question occurred to her. Should I call you Cal or Cal? He considered this. Cal, around others. It's safer that way. But when we're alone. His eyes met hers. "I'd like to hear my real name sometimes." "Cal," she said softly, testing the syllable. Something shifted between them, a boundary crossed, a connection forged. Neither noticed the shadowy figure watching from the corridor below, eyes narrowed with calculated interest. The next morning brought exhaustion but also clarity. Hermione had spent half the night making lists, questions about Kryptonian biology, magical theories to test, potential locations for kryptonite in the Forbidden Forest. The rational approach helped her process the impossible revelations. At breakfast, Cal looked as fresh as ever, another alien trait, apparently. Their eyes met across the great hall, shared secrets creating an almost tangible connection. "You two having some kind of staring contest?" Ron asked through a mouthful of toast. Hermione startled. "Don't be ridiculous." "Just saying, you've been making eyes at each other since he walked in." "We're not, I haven't," she stopped, gathering her composure. "We're friends, Ron." Something in her tone made Ron study her more closely. "Sure, whatever you say." Harry, preoccupied with yesterday's attack, barely noticed the exchange. "Dumbledore's called an emergency order meeting. McGonagall told me this morning." "Did they identify the Death Eaters?" Hermione asked, grateful for the subject change. 2 were lower-level recruits. The third escaped completely. Harry's expression darkened. "The whole thing feels off. Why attack Hogsmeade with just 3 people? What were they really after?" Hermione's gaze instinctively sought Cal again. He was watching their conversation with that slightly too intent focus she now recognized as enhanced hearing. When their eyes met, he gave a subtle nod, he'd heard everything. After breakfast, they had a free period before potions. Hermione deliberately lingered in the courtyard, knowing Cal would find her. He appeared moments after Harry and Ron left for the Quidditch pitch. "You look tired," he said, sitting beside her on the stone bench. "I had a lot to process." "Understandable." He smiled apologetically. "It's not every day you learn your study partner is an alien." "Actually, I'm more concerned about the magical weapons part," she admitted. "I've been thinking about what you said, about someone testing you." Cal nodded grimly. "The Death Eater who attacked you used the killing curse deliberately. They wanted to see if it would affect me. And now they know it doesn't," Hermione concluded. "Which means they'll try something else. Probably involving kryptonite," he agreed. "I need to find it before they do." "We need to find it," she corrected. "I've been thinking about detection methods. If kryptonite affects you physically, could we use your reaction as a form of magical dowsing?" Cal's eyebrows rose. "Like a magical metal detector?" "Exactly. We could create a modified version of the Point Me spell, calibrated to your biological responses." Enthusiasm brightened her voice. "It would combine magical tracking with your unique physiology." "That's brilliant," Cal said, looking genuinely impressed. "But it would require exposing me to kryptonite to calibrate the spell. Do you have any? Even a small fragment?" He hesitated. "I have a tiny piece encased in lead in my trunk. For emergencies." "Emergencies?" "If my abilities ever became dangerous to others," he explained quietly. "It's a safeguard." The implication, that he carried the means to neutralize himself if necessary, spoke volumes about his character. "We could use that for calibration," she suggested. "Just brief exposure." "It's risky," he warned. "Kryptonite exposure is extremely unpleasant for me." "I understand." She met his gaze steadily. "We won't do anything you're not comfortable with." Cal studied her for a long moment. "Let's try it tonight." "Room of requirement?" Hermione nodded. "I'll bring reference materials." 8th floor, opposite the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy. 7 o'clock. "I'll be there." As he walked away, Hermione noticed Draco Malfoy watching from the shadows of a nearby archway, his pale face uncharacteristically thoughtful. The room of requirement manifested as a practical laboratory, workbenches, magical instruments, and walls lined with relevant texts. Hermione had arrived early to prepare, laying out notes and reference materials in organized sections. Cal arrived precisely on time, carrying a small lead box. "Impressive space," he commented, looking around. "It provides what you need," Hermione explained. "I asked for a secure environment for magical extraterrestrial research. And it delivered." He set the box down carefully. "Ready to begin?" Hermione nodded, though anxiety flickered through her. "I've modified a tracking charm that should work with your unique energy signature. But first I need to understand exactly how kryptonite affects you." Cal's expression grew serious. "It disrupts my cellular energy absorption. Essentially, it reverses the process that gives me my abilities, making each cell leach energy instead of absorb it." "Fascinating," Hermione murmured. "From a magical perspective, that's similar to how dementors affect humans, energy drainage rather than damage. I hadn't considered that parallel." He looked impressed. "Yes, that's a good comparison." Hermione made notes. "And the effects begin immediately upon exposure?" "Yes. Proximity alone is enough, the radiation penetrates most barriers." "Except lead," she noted, eyeing the box. "Except lead," he confirmed. "Ready?" At her nod, Cal carefully opened the box, revealing a tiny green crystal no larger than a grain of rice. The effect was immediate, his face contorted in pain, skin taking on a sickly pallor. Veins near the crystal glowed an unnatural green as he staggered back. "Cal!" Hermione moved quickly, shutting the box. "Are you all right?" He leaned against a workbench, breathing heavily. "I'm fine. Just give me a moment." Color returned to his face gradually. "That's actually a very small piece," he explained. "Barely enough to weaken me temporarily." "It's still horrible," Hermione said fiercely. "If someone had a larger piece, it would incapacitate me completely," he confirmed grimly. "Now you understand why finding any kryptonite in the forest is crucial." Hermione nodded, returning to business mode. "I recorded your magical aura during exposure. The disruption pattern is distinctive. I should be able to calibrate a detection spell to similar energy signatures. Will it detect kryptonite directly, or just the effect it has on me?" "Both, ideally." She consulted her notes. "I'm combining aspects of Hominum Revelio with a modified Point Me spell, using your energy signature as a reference point." Cal watched her work with obvious admiration. "You're remarkable at this." "I've had practice adapting spells," she said, though his praise warmed her. Harry's adventures require creative magical solutions. For the next hour, they refined the detection spell, testing it against the tiny kryptonite fragment at increasing distances. By their fifth attempt, the spell successfully indicated direction and approximate distance. "We should test it in controlled conditions before the forest," Hermione suggested, pocketing her wand. "Perhaps if I hide the box somewhere in the castle." "No," Cal said firmly. "Too risky. If someone else found it, you're right." She grimaced. "Sorry, I wasn't thinking." "Don't apologize." His smile was gentle. "Your enthusiasm for problem-solving is refreshing." Something in his tone made her glance up. Cal was watching her with an expression that sent warmth spreading through her chest. "What?" she asked self-consciously. "I've spent my whole life hiding what I am," he said quietly. "Being careful, controlling every action, measuring every response. But with you." He shook his head wonderingly. "I don't feel like I need to hide." The vulnerability in his admission touched her deeply. "I understand what it means to be different," she said softly. "To always feel like you're holding back parts of yourself. Because of being Muggle-born. That's part of it." She organized her notes, needing the distraction of movement. Even before Hogwarts, I never quite fit in. Too bookish, too intense, too much. Too extraordinary for ordinary circumstances, Cal suggested. Hermione laughed. That's a generous interpretation. It's the truth. He stepped closer. Your brilliance isn't a flaw, Hermione. Their eyes met, and something shifted in the air between them, a magnetic pull that had nothing to do with magic or Kryptonian abilities. The moment broke when distant voices passed outside the room. Cal stepped back, adjusting his glasses, a habitual gesture he didn't actually need. We should try the forest tomorrow night, he suggested, voice deliberately casual. After curfew, when we won't be missed. I'll meet you in the entrance hall at midnight, Hermione agreed, gathering her materials. Bring your invisibility. He raised an eyebrow. I can't actually turn invisible. I meant your ability to move without being detected, she clarified, smiling. Though Harry's cloak would be useful. I'll manage without it, Cal promised. Super speed has its advantages. As they left the room of requirements separately, Hermione found herself contemplating not just the scientific implications of Kryptonian magical interactions, but something far more complicated, her growing feelings for a boy from another world. The Forbidden Forest lived up to its name after midnight, dense, disorienting, and filled with sounds that set Hermione's nerves on edge despite her companion's reassuring presence. I can see about 2 miles in this darkness, Cal informed her as they moved deeper among the ancient trees. No large creatures nearby, though something's watching us from that oak. Hermione resisted the urge to look. Probably a botruckle. Can you sense any discomfort yet? Any kryptonite effects? Nothing specific. There's magical interference everywhere. He frowned. This forest has layers of enchantments built up over centuries. They'd been walking for 20 minutes, following the faint directional pull of Hermione's detection spell. The deeper they ventured, the more ancient the forest became, trees twisted into impossible shapes, undergrowth pulsing with magical energy. We're approaching Centaur territory, Hermione warned. They're not particularly friendly to humans in their forest. Cal nodded. I hear them, about half a mile east. They're deliberately avoiding us. That's unusual. I think they sense I'm not human, he explained. Magical creatures often react differently to me. The detection spell suddenly pulsed stronger, pulling due north. Cal stiffened. I feel something, he murmured. Not pain exactly, but a disruption. The spell's getting stronger too. Hermione held her wand higher, illuminating their path. It must be close. They pushed through a dense thicket into a small clearing dominated by a massive, lightning-struck oak. The tree's trunk had split open, revealing a hollow core that glowed with faint green luminescence. Cal stumbled, suddenly pale. It's there. Inside the tree. Hermione stepped forward cautiously, wand raised. Stay back. I'll check. The hollow contained what appeared to be a meteorite fragment embedded in the wood itself, green crystals protruding from black stone. Much larger than she'd expected, perhaps the size of a quaffle. It's definitely kryptonite, she confirmed. But it's strange. There are runes carved into it. Runes? Cal remained at the clearing's edge, visibly weakened even at this distance. Can you identify them? Hermione leaned closer, careful not to touch the meteorite. Some are familiar, ancient binding symbols, containment wards. Her eyes widened. Cal, these are blood magic runes. Old ones. Can you tell what they're designed to do? Not precisely, but they're clearly meant to interact with the kryptonite's natural properties. She frowned, studying the pattern. It's sophisticated work. Not Death Eater level, this is older, more methodical. How long has it been here? Hermione examined the growth patterns around the meteorite. Years, possibly decades. The tree has grown around it naturally. That doesn't make sense, Cal said, confusion evident. I've only been at Hogwarts a few months. If someone was targeting me specifically. Maybe they weren't. Hermione straightened, mind racing. What if the kryptonite arrived on Earth long ago, and someone discovered its magical properties independently? And now they've learned about me, Cal concluded grimly. Exactly. Hermione turned back toward the meteorite. I should document these runes before we decide what to do with it. Be careful, Cal warned. Don't touch it directly. Hermione cast a series of analytical spells, recording the rune patterns and magical signatures. The more she uncovered, the more concerned she became. These configurations are designed for extraction and amplification, she explained. Someone was attempting to harness the kryptonite's energy and combine it with magical properties. Successfully? I don't think so. She gestured to scorch marks around certain runes. These failure patterns suggest the experiments were interrupted or abandoned. Cal took a tentative step closer, wincing as the radiation affected him. We need to remove it. Contain it properly. Agreed, but, Hermione broke off as a twig snapped in the darkness beyond the clearing. Cal turned sharply. Someone's coming. Multiple people. Death Eaters? Can't tell. His expression grew distant as he focused his enhanced senses. 3 individuals. Moving carefully. They know we're here. Hermione extinguished her wand light. We need to hide. Too late. Cal positioned himself between Hermione and the approaching figures. They're surrounding the clearing. The first spell came without warning, a jet of red light that Cal deflected with superhuman speed, pushing Hermione behind the massive oak. Stay down, he ordered, then blurred into motion as figures in dark robes entered the clearing. Hermione couldn't follow his movements clearly, just glimpses of confrontation as spells illuminated the darkness. Cal was holding back, she realized, not using his full abilities against their attackers. Trying to avoid revealing himself completely. She peered around the tree, wand ready. The nearest attacker had their back to her, focused on tracking Cal's movements. Hermione silently cast a full bodybind curse, dropping them instantly. The distraction cost her. A voice from the darkness shouted, "There." Behind the tree. A cutting curse sliced into the wood inches from her head. Hermione ducked, firing defensive spells blindly as she circled the massive trunk. From the other side of the clearing came a cry of pain, Cal's voice. Hermione's heart seized. Only one thing could hurt him. She risked a glance and saw Cal on one knee, face contorted in agony as a robed figure held what appeared to be a smaller kryptonite fragment. The second attacker was preparing a binding spell, wand movements complex and deliberate. Without thinking, Hermione aimed at the kryptonite. Accio meteorite fragment. The green crystal tore from the attacker's grip and flew toward her, along with the larger fragment from the tree, suddenly ripped free by her summoning charm. Both pieces hurtled through the air directly at her. No! Cal shouted, lunging into their path despite his weakened state. The smaller fragment struck him in the chest, sending him crashing to the ground in convulsions. The larger meteorite continued its trajectory toward Hermione. Time slowed. Hermione saw the massive kryptonite heading straight for her, trailing green energy. Instinctively, she cast the first spell that came to mind. Reducto. The blasting curse struck the kryptonite in midair. For one frozen moment, nothing happened, then the meteorite exploded with blindingly bright energy, green fragments scattering in all directions. The shockwave knocked Hermione off her feet. Heat washed over her, followed by a strange, prickling sensation as kryptonite dust and magical energy combined in the air around her. When her vision cleared, the clearing was transformed. Trees had been flattened in a circular pattern, and their attackers lay unconscious or stunned by the blast. Of Cal, there was no immediate sign. Cal, she called, struggling to her feet. Cal! A groan from behind a fallen log revealed his location. Hermione rushed over, finding him curled on his side, skin pale and veined with green. "Hermione," he gasped. The kryptonite, everywhere now. Fragments and dust had scattered throughout the clearing. Some had landed on Cal himself, burning into his clothes and skin. "I'm sorry," she whispered, carefully brushing crystals from his body. "I didn't think, not your fault," he managed. "Need to contain it." His pain galvanized her. Hermione quickly transfigured leaves into lead containers, using magic to gather the largest kryptonite fragments without touching them. For the dust, she created a magical vacuum effect, drawing particles into a sealed lead box. Cal's breathing eased slightly as she worked, though he remained too weak to stand. When she'd contained as much as possible, Hermione knelt beside him. "Can you move? We need to get away from here." He nodded weakly. "Help me up." Supporting his weight, Hermione guided Cal from the devastated clearing. Each step seemed to strengthen him as they moved farther from any remaining kryptonite traces. "Our attackers," he remembered suddenly. "We can't leave them, they were gone when I looked," Hermione said. "The blast must have given them enough time to retreat." Cal frowned. "Or someone else removed them." The implications of that possibility hung between them as they made their slow way back toward the castle. "Did you see their faces?" Hermione asked. "No. Hooded and masked." Cal's strength was returning gradually, his weight becoming lighter against her. "But they knew exactly what kryptonite would do to me. They were prepared. And they knew we'd be in the forest tonight," Hermione added grimly. "Someone's been watching us." They walked in tense silence until the castle came into view, golden windows promising safety. "You should go to the hospital wing," Hermione suggested. "Those burns will heal once I get some sunlight," Cal assured her. "My body just needs to purge the kryptonite radiation." "Are you certain?" He managed a weak smile. "Alien biology, remember? I've recovered from worse." At the edge of the forest, Cal finally stood unsupported, though he still looked unnaturally pale. "Thank you," he said softly. "For the rescue, and for not panicking." "Panicking wouldn't have helped either of us," Hermione replied pragmatically, though her hands trembled slightly as reaction set in. "Cal, who were those people?" "Death Eaters wouldn't have known about kryptonite." "Someone with knowledge of both worlds," he said. "Someone who's been planning this for longer than we realized." A terrible thought struck Hermione. What if they got some of the fragments? Before I contained everything? "Almost certainly," Cal confirmed grimly. "Which means we haven't stopped them, we've just forced them to adapt their plans." They slipped into the castle using side entrances Cal had discovered with his X-ray vision. At the staircase where they would separate, Cal to Gryffindor Tower, Hermione to secure the kryptonite containers in the room of requirement, they paused. "Get some rest," Cal told her. "You've had kryptonite exposure too, even if it doesn't affect you the same way." "I feel fine," she insisted, though exhaustion pulled at her. "Just worried about you." His expression softened. "I'll heal." "But Hermione, we need to be more careful. Whoever's behind this is dangerous and well-informed." "We'll figure it out," she promised. "Together." Cal hesitated, then leaned forward, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. "Together," he agreed softly. As Hermione climbed toward the 7th floor, lead boxes carefully secured in her bag, her mind whirled with questions. Who knew about Cal's true nature? How had kryptonite been on Earth long enough to be incorporated into ancient magical rituals? And most urgently, who had been waiting for them in the forest? The answers, she suspected, would prove far more complex than even an alien at Hogwarts. News of a magical disturbance in the Forbidden Forest spread through Hogwarts by breakfast. Official explanations cited acromantula activity, but the sixth years who'd witnessed the green flash from their dormitory windows had more creative theories. Heard it was experimental magic gone wrong, Seamus told anyone who'd listen. Centaurs are furious, apparently. Hermione kept her head down, exhaustion making it difficult to maintain her usual composure. She'd spent half the night securing the kryptonite fragments in a magically locked compartment within the room of requirement, then researching exposure effects until dawn. Cal appeared looking perfectly normal, another Kryptonian trait she now understood, rapid healing under sunlight. Their eyes met across the great hall, silent communication passing between them. "You look terrible," Ron informed Hermione cheerfully. "Late night in the library?" "Something like that," she murmured, accepting the coffee Harry passed her. "Dumbledore wants to see me after breakfast," Harry said quietly. "About the forest incident." Hermione nearly choked on her drink. "Did he say why?" "No, but he looked concerned." Harry studied her reaction. "Do you know something about it?" "Why would I know anything?" she replied, too quickly. Harry's eyes narrowed, but he didn't press further. After breakfast, Hermione headed for arithmancy alone. Cal caught up with her in a secluded corridor. "Are you all right?" he asked, genuine concern in his voice. "You look exhausted." "I'm fine. How are you feeling? Any lingering effects?" "None. Solar radiation purged the last traces." He glanced around before continuing quietly. "I spoke with Dumbledore this morning. He knows what happened." "Did he recognize our attackers?" "No, but he's concerned." Cal's expression grew serious. The magical signature from the explosion was unusual. The kryptonite magic interaction created something new. Cold dread settled in Hermione's stomach. Knew how? That's what worries him. Unknown magical interactions are unpredictable. Cal hesitated. "Hermione, you were at the center of that explosion. Are you sure you feel normal?" "I'm tired, but otherwise fine," she insisted. "Certainly not affected like you were." "Kryptonite affects Kryptonian biology specifically," he acknowledged. But the magical cascade effect of that explosion was something else entirely. Before Hermione could respond, footsteps approached from around the corner. They separated quickly, continuing to class as if they hadn't been speaking. Throughout arithmancy, Hermione struggled to focus. The equations blurred before her eyes, and twice Professor Vector had to repeat questions directed at her. By lunchtime, a persistent headache had developed behind her temples. She was heading to the library for a free period when dizziness struck suddenly. The corridor tilted alarmingly, stone walls seeming to ripple like water. Hermione staggered, reaching for support. A hand caught her elbow, steadying her. "Granger? You look like you're about to faint." Draco Malfoy's voice penetrated the disorientation. Hermione blinked, trying to focus on his face. "I'm fine," she managed. "Just tired." Malfoy's expression held something unfamiliar, not concern exactly, but calculation. "You were involved in whatever happened in the forest, weren't you?" The directness of the question surprised her. "I don't know what you're talking about." "Don't insult my intelligence." His voice lowered. "I saw you and Kent sneaking out last night." Alarm cut through Hermione's fog. "What do you want, Malfoy?" "Information," he replied simply. "Whatever Kent is, and he's definitely not just a transfer student, it's causing ripples. Dangerous ones." The corridor stopped spinning gradually, allowing Hermione to study Malfoy properly. He looked terrible, thinner than ever, with shadows beneath his eyes that rivaled her own. "Why do you care?" she challenged. Something like fear flickered across his features before his mask of indifference returned. "Let's just say I recognize when someone's caught between powerful forces. It's not a pleasant position." Before she could respond, Cal appeared at the end of the corridor. He assessed the situation in an instant, moving toward them with barely restrained speed. "Everything okay here?" he asked, voice deceptively casual. Malfoy stepped back. "Just checking if Granger needed medical attention." She nearly collapsed. Cal's concerned gaze shifted to Hermione. Is that true? Just a dizzy spell, she insisted. I'm fine now. Malfoy watched their interaction with narrowed eyes. Interesting friendship you two have developed, he observed. Very protective. Thank you for your assistance, Hermione said pointedly. Taking the dismissal, Malfoy nodded. Remember what I said, Granger. Some situations are more complicated than they first appear. With that cryptic remark, he continued down the corridor. Cal watched him go, expression troubled. What was that about? He saw us leaving last night, Hermione admitted. And he suspects you're not what you seem. That's concerning. Cal frowned. But more importantly, you almost collapsed. It passed quickly, she insisted, though the headache persisted. Probably just fatigue. Or kryptonite exposure, Cal countered. The magical interaction could affect humans differently. I secured all the fragments properly, not now. Last night, during the explosion. Cal's eyes unfocused slightly, and Hermione realized he was using his enhanced vision to examine her. Your heartbeat is elevated, and there's something unusual about your cellular energy patterns. You can see that? Not clearly, but enough to know something's different. He looked deeply concerned. We should tell Dumbledore. Not yet, Hermione decided. Let me research this first. If the kryptonite magic interaction created something new, there might be references to similar phenomena. Hermione, 24 hours, she bargained. If I find nothing or feel worse, we'll go to Dumbledore immediately. Cal clearly wanted to argue but respected her autonomy. 24 hours, he agreed reluctantly. But I'm staying close. People will notice if you suddenly start following me everywhere. Let them notice. His expression was determined. Some things are more important than secrecy. The library provided no immediate answers. Books on magical contamination described nothing resembling kryptonite exposure, and references to extraterrestrial materials were frustratingly vague. By evening, Hermione's symptoms had evolved rather than worsened. The dizziness subsided, replaced by moments of hyperclarity where colors seemed more vivid and sounds more distinct. Occasionally, objects appeared to move in slow motion, a book falling, a quill rolling across a table. Cal remained nearby, inventing reasons to share her table or pass by whatever section she was researching. His concern was touching if somewhat conspicuous. People are going to think you're stalking me, she murmured when he appeared for the third time with an obviously random book. Let them, he replied stubbornly. You're more important than gossip. The simple declaration warmed her more than it should have. As curfew approached, Hermione admitted defeat for the night. They walked back toward Gryffindor Tower together, maintaining casual conversation for anyone who might overhear. Any progress? Cal asked quietly. Nothing concrete. But I have a theory. Hermione kept her voice low. What if the kryptonite magic explosion created a temporary field effect? Something that altered the magical properties of everything within its radius, including me. Cal considered this. Possible. Kryptonite radiation alters cellular energy processing. Combined with magic. It might have temporarily changed how my body interacts with magical energy, she finished. The question is whether it's harmful or just different. And temporary or permanent, Cal added, concern evident. As they reached the portrait hole, Hermione suddenly gasped, clutching her temple as a sharp pain lanced through her head. Cal steadied her immediately. That's it. We're going to Dumbledore now. No, she hissed through clenched teeth. It's passing. Just give me a moment. The pain receded as quickly as it had come, leaving something new in its wake, a strange awareness of the castle's ambient magic, pulsing around her like a living current. Hermione? Cal's voice seemed to come from very far away. She blinked, focusing on his concerned face. I can feel it, she whispered. The magic, everywhere. Like it's tangible. Before Cal could respond, the portrait hole opened, revealing Harry and Ron. "There you are!" Ron exclaimed. "We've been looking everywhere." "Library," Hermione managed, trying to appear normal despite the magical currents now visible at the edges of her vision. Harry studied her with concern. "You okay? You look pale." "Just tired." She forced a smile. "Think I'll go to bed early." "Good idea," Harry agreed. "Especially with everything happening lately." "What do you mean?" Cal asked carefully. "Dumbledore thinks someone breached the forest wards last night," Harry explained. "The explosion wasn't just magical creatures, it was deliberate." Hermione and Cal exchanged glances. "Does he know who?" Hermione asked. Harry shook his head. "But he's increased security. And..." He lowered his voice, "he thinks it might be connected to something larger. Something involving objects or people that aren't from here." "Not from Hogwarts?" Cal clarified. "Not from Earth," Harry said quietly. The statement hung between them, charged with implications. Cal maintained an impressive poker face, but Hermione felt his tension radiating like physical heat. "That sounds rather far-fetched," she said, striving for casual dismissal. Ron snorted. "That's what I said. Aliens? Really? As if dark wizards weren't enough to worry about." "Dumbledore seemed serious," Harry insisted. "Said there are forces beyond our world that interact with magic in ways we don't understand." "Well, on that cheery note, I really am going to bed," Hermione announced, needing to escape before her increasing magical awareness became obvious. "Good night." In her dormitory, Hermione closed the bed curtains and cast privacy charms before examining her hands. For brief moments, she could see a faint green luminescence beneath her skin, energy patterns following her veins before fading back to normal. Something had definitely changed. The question was what it meant, and whether it could help them discover who was hunting a Kryptonian at Hogwarts. Hermione woke to brilliant sunshine and a startling realization: she felt incredible. The fatigue and headaches had vanished, replaced by vibrant energy and crystal clarity. She dressed quickly, wondering if the kryptonite effects had simply burned themselves out overnight. In the common room, Cal waited by the portrait hole, clearly having risen early to intercept her. One look at his expression told her he'd been worried. "You look better," he observed cautiously. "I feel amazing, actually." Hermione lowered her voice. "The symptoms are gone, but something's different. I can still sense magical energy around me, like I developed a new awareness overnight." Cal frowned. "That's concerning. Kryptonite alters cellular energy absorption in my biology. What if it's done something similar to yours?" "But I'm not experiencing weakness," she pointed out. "Quite the opposite. We still need to tell Dumbledore." Hermione nodded reluctantly. "After breakfast. I want to test something first." In the Great Hall, Hermione noticed immediately how magical energies flowed through the room, enchanted ceilings swirling with power, house elves' apparition leaving brief signatures in the air, even students' wands emitting distinct auras. "This is extraordinary," she whispered to Cal, "it's like seeing magic itself." Cal studied her with scientific interest. "What exactly do you perceive?" "Energy patterns. Distinct signatures for different types of magic." She gestured subtly. "The hourglasses counting house points have different magical frequencies than the enchanted ceiling, for instance. Can you interact with these patterns?" "I don't know. I haven't tried." Cal looked thoughtful. "Be careful. Unknown abilities can be unpredictable." After breakfast, they found a secluded courtyard to experiment. Hermione drew her wand, casting a simple lumos. The spell manifested normally, but she could now see the energy flowing from her core, through her wand, manifesting as light. "Try something wandless," Cal suggested. "If your perception has changed, your interaction might have as well." Hermione focused on a fallen leaf, attempting a wandless levitation charm. Normally, such magic would be extremely difficult without years of practice. To her shock, the leaf not only rose but spun in complex patterns responding to her thoughts rather than specific incantations. "That's not normal," she whispered. Cal watched with fascination. "You're channeling magic differently. More directly. Like you do," Hermione realized. "Your Kryptonian biology processes energy differently than humans, and now mine seems to be doing something similar." "But you're not Kryptonian," Cal pointed out. "This is some hybrid effect." Hermione released the spell, letting the leaf flutter down. "We definitely need to see Dumbledore now." As they turned to leave, a scream echoed from the castle. Cal was moving before Hermione could react, super speed carrying him toward the sound. She followed at a human pace, rounding the corner to find a crowd gathering outside the entrance hall. At the center stood Harry and Ron, facing off against three hooded figures, not Death Eaters, Hermione realized immediately. Their robes bore unfamiliar sigils, and they wielded wands unlike any she'd seen, cores visibly glowing with green energy. Kryptonite cores, she realized with horror. Cal had stopped at the edge of the confrontation, unable to approach further as green energy radiated from the intruder's wands. His face had paled, body rigid with pain he tried to conceal. Harry and Ron stood protectively before a group of younger students, wands raised. Professors were rushing down staircases, McGonagall in the lead. "Return what was taken," the central figure demanded, voice distorted by magic. "The Kryptonian material belongs to the Order of Thule." "I don't know what you're talking about," Harry responded defiantly. "But you're not welcome here." The lead figure raised his wand, green energy pulsing ominously. "Then we'll take it by force." As the wand came down, Hermione acted on instinct. Stepping forward, she raised her hand, not her wand, and felt the strange new awareness crystallize into purpose. The magical currents around her responded, flowing through her body and outward in a wave of counter-energy. The green spell struck her shield and rebounded, knocking the attackers backward. Everyone turned to stare at Hermione, standing with hand outstretched, faint green energy crackling around her fingers. The lead attacker recovered first. "The girl," he hissed to his companions. "She's been affected by the radiation. Take her too." They fired simultaneously, 3 kryptonite-powered spells converging on Hermione. Instead of dodging, she instinctively reached out to the energy patterns, feeling how they connected and flowed. With a twist of her will, she redirected the spells, not reflecting them, but absorbing and channeling their power. Green energy flowed into her body, painful yet exhilarating. She gasped as power surged through her system, momentarily overwhelming her control. The excess energy discharged outward in a concussive blast that shattered windows and knocked everyone except Cal off their feet. In the stunned silence that followed, Dumbledore's voice rang out from the top of the marble staircase. "That will be quite enough." The headmaster descended with surprising speed, wand already moving in complex patterns. The attackers scrambled to retreat, but magical barriers sprang up around the entrance hall, trapping them inside. "Lower your wands," Dumbledore commanded. "You have breached sacred ground and threatened my students. There will be consequences." The intruders exchanged glances, then unexpectedly broke into action, not fighting, but activating some form of emergency portkey. Before anyone could stop them, they vanished with a crack that shouldn't have been possible within Hogwarts' anti-apparition wards. Dumbledore frowned deeply. "Minerva, secure the castle. Severus, with me." He turned to Hermione and Cal, "You two as well." "My office, immediately." As the crowd dispersed under Professor's directions, Hermione found herself shaking, not with fear, but with the residual energy still flowing through her system. Cal approached cautiously. "Are you all right?" he asked, keeping his voice low. "I think so." She examined her hands, where green energy still flickered beneath her skin. "What just happened?" You channeled and redirected kryptonite energy. His expression held wonder and concern in equal measure. Something that should be impossible for a human. The Order of Thule, Hermione remembered. Who are they? An ancient magical society obsessed with objects of power, Dumbledore answered, suddenly beside them. And apparently now interested in both Kryptonian artifacts and the two of you. Come, we have much to discuss. As they followed Dumbledore through shocked whispers and staring students, Hermione felt Cal's hand brush against hers, a small, reassuring gesture. Whatever was happening to her, whatever danger now pursued them both, at least they would face it together. The mystery of the Order of Thule, the kryptonite magic interaction, and Hermione's new abilities awaited explanation, along with the growing connection between a brilliant witch and the last son of Krypton, now bound by powers beyond either of their worlds. Chapter 2, Powers Combined. Dumbledore's office felt different to Hermione now. With her new perception, she could see layers of magic woven through every artifact, complex, beautiful patterns of energy that pulsed with ancient power. The Sorting Hat in particular radiated intelligence, its magic intertwining consciousness and enchantment in ways she'd never appreciated before. Remarkable, isn't it? Dumbledore said softly, noticing her fascination. Your new awareness must make the magical world quite illuminating. Cal stood tensely near the door, as far from Hermione as possible. Green energy still crackled occasionally beneath her skin, and she understood his caution, whatever kryptonite-based power now flowed through her might cause him pain. Professor, she began, those attackers, the Order of Thule, they had wands with kryptonite cores. Indeed. Dumbledore settled behind his desk, gesturing for them both to sit. An alarming development, though not entirely unexpected. You knew about them? Cal asked sharply. Not specifically. But I have long been aware that Mr. Kent's unique heritage might attract attention beyond our usual concerns. Dumbledore's piercing blue eyes shifted to Hermione. What I did not anticipate was this fascinating development with Miss Granger. Hermione looked down at her hands. The green energy had subsided, but she could still feel it flowing beneath the surface, ready to emerge. The kryptonite explosion in the forest, it changed me somehow. Changed, Dumbledore repeated thoughtfully. Or perhaps awakened something that magical theory has only speculated about, the ability to directly perceive and manipulate magical energy without conventional channeling. But why would kryptonite cause this? Cal asked, finally moving closer. It's radioactive material from my planet. It shouldn't affect human biology this way. Ah, but Miss Granger isn't just any human, Dumbledore said with a small smile. She is a witch, already capable of channeling magical energy. The kryptonite radiation appears to have altered how her magical core processes that energy. Creating some kind of hybrid ability, Hermione concluded, the academic part of her mind racing despite the circumstances. But is it dangerous? For me or others? That remains to be seen. Dumbledore leaned forward. What exactly do you experience, Miss Granger? I can see magical energy patterns now, different signatures for different types of magic. And when those attackers fired at me, I didn't just block their spells, I absorbed the energy, redirected it. She frowned, struggling to articulate the sensation. It's like I can reach out and touch the magic itself, reshape it. Fascinating, Dumbledore murmured. And potentially quite powerful. The Order of Thule certainly thought so. Who exactly are they? Cal asked. You mentioned an ancient magical society. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. The Order of Thule has existed for centuries, dedicated to collecting objects of power, particularly those of non-human origin. They believe such artifacts can elevate wizard kind to godhood. And kryptonite qualifies, Cal said grimly. Indeed. Though I'm surprised they identified it so quickly. Dumbledore gave Cal a penetrating look. Unless they've been aware of Kryptonian materials for longer than we realized. The meteorite in the forest had ancient runes carved into it, Hermione reminded them. Someone has been studying kryptonite for years, possibly decades. Which suggests, Dumbledore concluded, that the Order of Thule has known about Krypton, and perhaps anticipated the arrival of Kryptonians on Earth, long before young Mr. Kent enrolled at Hogwarts. Cal paced the office, a habit Hermione now recognized as restraint, controlling his natural impulse to move at super speed. But how? My cousin and I are the only survivors. My existence was hidden. Perhaps not as thoroughly as you believed. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. Magical societies have ways of gathering information beyond conventional methods. Divination, astral projection, communing with cosmic entities. So what do we do now? Hermione asked practically. They'll come back, especially after seeing what I can do. Indeed they will. Dumbledore rose. Which is why both of you must learn to control and combine your unique abilities. Together, you represent something unprecedented, Kryptonian power merged with magical capability. You want us to train together? Cal clarified. Precisely. Dumbledore moved to a cabinet, retrieving a small box. Miss Granger must learn to control her new abilities, and you, Mr. Kent, must adapt your Kryptonian powers to work in concert with magic rather than in parallel to it. But my abilities hurt Cal, Hermione protested. The kryptonite energy may be manageable with proper technique. Dumbledore opened the box, revealing a pair of silver bracelets engraved with intricate runes. These are absorption regulators, ancient artifacts designed to contain volatile magical energies. They should help you control the kryptonite radiation until you master it naturally. Hermione accepted the bracelets hesitantly. As she slipped them on, the green flickers beneath her skin subsided completely. Better? She asked, looking at Cal. He visibly relaxed. Much. I can still sense the energy, but it's contained now. Excellent. Dumbledore returned to his desk. Now, as for your training, a knock interrupted him. Professor McGonagall entered, her usual composure slightly frayed. Albus, the ministry officials have arrived, along with that new defense against the dark arts instructor from America. Her disapproval was evident in her tone. He's insisting on being part of the investigation. Ah yes, Professor Luther. Dumbledore nodded. Please show them to the staff room. I'll join you shortly. After McGonagall left, Hermione noticed Cal had gone rigid at the mention of Luther. Is something wrong? She asked quietly. Luther, Cal repeated. What's his full name? Alexander Luther, Dumbledore supplied. A last-minute appointment from the American Magical Cooperation Department. Quite insistent on the position, actually. Cal's expression darkened. That's impossible. Lex Luthor isn't a wizard. He stopped abruptly. Someone you know from your other life, Dumbledore finished perceptively. How interesting. If it's the same person, he's dangerous, Cal warned. Brilliant, obsessive, and ruthless. Yet he passed all magical verification procedures, Dumbledore mused. Curious indeed. I shall pay particular attention to our Professor Luther. He turned to Hermione. In the meantime, you two will begin training immediately. The room of requirement should provide an ideal environment, secure and adaptable to your needs. And our classes? Hermione asked. Attend as normal, but consider this additional training your highest priority. Dumbledore's expression was grave. The Order of Thule will not be your only concern if word spreads about what happened today. Miss Granger's new abilities and Mr. Kent's true nature could attract attention from quarters far more dangerous than ancient collectors. Voldemort, Hermione whispered. Among others. Dumbledore nodded. Now, I suggest you both return to Gryffindor Tower. Your classmates will have questions about today's events, and consistent answers would be advisable. As they left the office, Cal remained unnaturally quiet, his expression troubled. You know this Luther person? Hermione asked once they were alone in the stairwell. Lex Luthor is the son of a powerful American industrialist, Cal explained tightly. We grew up in the same town, though he was older. He's obsessed with power, control, and anything he considers not of this world, including me, once he suspected my true nature. And he's not a wizard. Not that I ever knew. Cal frowned. Which means either he's hidden that part of himself extremely well, or someone is impersonating him, Hermione finished. Either way, it can't be coincidence, a man from your past showing up right when kryptonite is discovered at Hogwarts. No coincidence at all, Cal agreed grimly. Lex has been hunting evidence of alien life for years. If he's connected to the Order of Thule somehow. Hermione touched his arm reassuringly. We'll figure it out. Together, remember? His expression softened. Together. The Gryffindor common room fell silent when they entered. Dozens of eyes turned toward Hermione, speculation and fear mingling in their gazes. News traveled quickly at Hogwarts, and everyone had either witnessed or heard about her impossible display of wandless magic. Harry and Ron pushed through the crowd immediately. Bloody hell, Hermione, Ron blurted. What was that in the entrance hall? Since when can you do wandless magic like Dumbledore? It's complicated, she hedged. Magical accident in the forest. Accident? Harry repeated incredulously. You stopped 3 attackers without even using your wand. That's beyond accidental magic. Dumbledore's helping me understand what happened, she said, which was at least partially true. Ginny approached, eyeing the silver bracelets. New jewelry. Magical regulators, Hermione explained, deciding limited honesty was safer than obvious lies. Whatever happened in the forest affected my magical channeling. These help control it. Those attackers specifically mentioned Kryptonian material, Harry said quietly. And they were after Cal too. Cal maintained his calm demeanor admirably. Apparently my transfer from Salem was noticed by people who collect rare magical artifacts. American wizarding politics can be complicated. It was a plausible deflection, but Harry's eyes narrowed slightly. He'd become too accustomed to half-truths over the years to accept them easily. Look, we can't explain everything right now, Hermione interjected. Dumbledore's orders. But we're handling it. We? Ron questioned, looking between them. Since when are you two so together on things? Hermione felt heat rise to her cheeks. We were both in the forest when the magical accident happened. We're both affected, just in different ways. Dumbledore wants us to train together, Cal added. To control the aftermath effects. This seemed to satisfy most of the curious onlookers, who gradually returned to their activities, though whispers continued throughout the common room. Harry, however, wasn't so easily dissuaded. There's more to this, he said quietly. Those weren't Death Eaters today, but they were dangerous. If you're involved in something, we'll tell you what we can, when we can, Hermione promised. But right now, we're still figuring things out ourselves. Harry reluctantly accepted this, though his expression remained concerned. Just, be careful. Both of you. As the evening progressed, Hermione noticed Cal watching the portrait hole with unusual intensity. When she questioned him quietly, he explained, just making sure Luthor doesn't make an appearance. If it's really Lex, he won't wait long to investigate directly. Would he recognize you? She asked. You said you knew him years ago. He'd recognize something different about me, Cal confirmed. Lex has always had an uncanny ability to see through disguises, especially mine. His concern proved justified when Professor McGonagall entered the common room shortly before curfew, accompanied by a tall, bald man with piercing eyes and an immaculate black robe trimmed with deep purple. Professor Luthor wishes to speak with those who witnessed today's attack, McGonagall announced, her disapproval barely concealed. Luthor's gaze swept the room, immediately finding Hermione and Cal. Something flashed in his eyes, recognition, calculation, hunger, before his expression settled into professional concern. Miss Granger, Mr. Kent, he said smoothly, his American accent precisely modulated. As the defense against the dark arts professor, I'm particularly interested in your experiences today. Would you mind joining me for a brief discussion? Cal tensed imperceptibly beside her. Actually, Professor, Headmaster Dumbledore suggested we rest tonight. The magical exposure has been draining. Of course, of course. Luther smiled without warmth. Tomorrow, perhaps. My office, after your last class. We'll be there, Hermione confirmed, deciding that avoidance would only increase his suspicion. As Luther turned to question Harry and Ron instead, Cal leaned close to whisper, "It's him." "That's Lex." "You're certain?" "Absolutely. The way he moves, speaks, watches, it's Lex Luthor. But how he's passing as a wizard? We'll figure it out," Hermione promised. "For now, let's focus on what we can control, training with our abilities." Cal nodded, but his eyes never left Luther as the professor continued his seemingly innocent questioning of witnesses. The room of requirement transformed itself into a vast training arena, part dueling platform, part physical obstacle course, with reinforced walls capable of withstanding significant magical and physical impact. They'd slipped away after breakfast, using Harry's Marauder's map, borrowed under the pretense of avoiding persistent questioners, to evade notice. "This is perfect," Cal remarked, examining the room's features. "Reminds me of training facilities my father designed to help me control my abilities." "Your Kryptonian father?" Hermione clarified. "No, Jonathan Kent, my adoptive dad." Cal smiled fondly. "He built reinforced walls in our barn, weighted objects I could safely throw, targets for heat vision practice. All while teaching me that having power means nothing without the restraint to use it wisely." "He sounds wonderful," Hermione said softly. "He was. Is." Cal corrected himself. "Still alive in my timeline, though his heart isn't what it used to be." He paused, expression growing distant. "That's actually why I'm here now. Using my abilities publicly became necessary during a natural disaster." Lex Luthor noticed, started investigating. "Dad thought immersing me in the wizarding world might provide cover while I learned to be more careful. And then magic manifested in you," Hermione concluded. "Complicating everything." "Exactly. Suddenly I wasn't just hiding Kryptonian abilities, I was experiencing unpredictable magical outbursts." Cal demonstrated by holding out his hand, where magical energy now visibly combined with what Hermione recognized as contained heat vision, creating a swirling ball of thermal magical energy. "That's extraordinary," she breathed. "Your Kryptonian abilities interact directly with your magical core. Which makes control challenging," he admitted, dispersing the energy. "Sometimes they amplify each other unpredictably." Hermione considered this. "Perhaps that's our starting point, understanding how our different energies interact. I can see magical patterns now, you have Kryptonian abilities affected by magic." She removed one bracelet experimentally. Immediately, green energy flickered across her skin, and Cal stepped back instinctively. "Sorry," she said, quickly replacing it. "Too much too soon." "No, it's actually a good test." Cal moved closer cautiously. "The bracelets clearly work. With one off, I felt discomfort but not pain, nothing like pure kryptonite exposure." "Then let's start there, controlled exposure to build your tolerance while I learn to regulate the energy precisely." For the next hour, they experimented carefully. Hermione practiced projecting small amounts of the kryptonite-infused magical energy, focusing it into shields, streams, and finally precise tools, a glowing green scalpel that could cut through the room's reinforced target dummies with alarming ease. Cal, meanwhile, worked on managing his proximity to her energy, gradually building tolerance through controlled exposure. By midday, he could stand comfortably within arm's length while Hermione maintained a moderate energy field. "This is working better than expected," Hermione observed, manipulating a complex pattern of green energy between her fingers. The bracelets give me fine control rather than just containment. And my cells are adapting, Cal agreed. It's still uncomfortable, but manageable, like building calluses through repeated stress. They progressed to combat applications, Hermione creating magical shields while Cal tested their strength with gradually increasing force. To her surprise, her kryptonite-infused shield seemed particularly resistant to his Kryptonian abilities, absorbing and dispersing his strength and heat vision effectively. It's like our powers were designed to counterbalance each other, Hermione noted, fascinated. Your strength meets magical resistance calibrated perfectly to it. Which raises interesting questions about the relationship between Kryptonian biology and Earth magic, Cal said. Maybe they've interacted before, somewhere in history. The Order of Thule certainly seems to think so. Hermione released her shield, wiping sweat from her forehead. Those runes on the forest meteorite weren't random experiments. They were based on established magical theory about Kryptonian energy. Cal nodded thoughtfully. We should, a strange shimmer in the air interrupted him. Both turned as a section of the wall rippled, forming a doorway where none had existed before. Dumbledore stepped through, accompanied by Professor Snape, whose sour expression suggested extreme reluctance. Impressive progress, Dumbledore observed, eyeing the scorched training dummies and various debris. I see you've already begun exploring your complementary abilities. Professor, Hermione acknowledged, hastily replacing her second bracelet. We didn't expect visitors. The room permits entry to those with sufficient need, Dumbledore explained. And Professor Snape's expertise may prove invaluable to your training. Snape's lip curled slightly. Despite my reservations about involving students in matters of this magnitude, the headmaster believes your situation warrants exceptional measures. Cal straightened, facing Snape directly. You've never approved of my presence here. I disapprove of unnecessary risks, Mr. Kent, Snape replied coldly. Housing an extraterrestrial with unpredictable magical manifestation among children seemed, and still seems, recklessly dangerous. Yet you haven't exposed me, Cal noted. The headmaster's decision, not mine. Snape's gaze shifted to Hermione. Though Miss Granger's transformation introduces new variables. The interaction between kryptonite radiation and human magical cores has never been documented. Which is precisely why Professor Snape is here, Dumbledore interjected smoothly. As our resident expert in both the dark arts and obscure magical theory, he may offer insights into stabilizing and developing your new abilities, Miss Granger. Hermione nodded cautiously. I've managed basic control, but the energy still feels volatile sometimes. Like it wants to expand beyond my direction. Magical radiation poisoning, Snape said bluntly. Similar to prolonged exposure to certain dark artifacts. Without proper channeling, it will eventually overwhelm your natural magical barriers. Is it dangerous to her? Cal asked sharply. Eventually, fatal, Snape confirmed without softening the blow. Unless properly integrated with her magical core rather than merely contained by those bracelets. Hermione felt cold fear curl in her stomach. How do I integrate it? These energies aren't natural to human magic. No, but they follow similar principles of sympathetic resonance. Snape approached, professional interest temporarily overriding his perpetual disdain. Remove one bracelet. Hesitantly, Hermione obeyed. Green energy immediately flickered across her skin, and Cal stepped back instinctively. Snape circled her, observing the energy patterns with clinical detachment. The kryptonite radiation has bonded with your magical core, creating a hybrid energy signature. Your body is treating it as invasive, fighting the integration. How do I stop fighting it? The same way one masters any powerful magic, through acceptance and direction rather than containment and suppression. Snape drew his wand, casting a complex diagnostic spell that created a three-dimensional model of swirling energies around Hermione. You must guide the radiation through your existing magical channels, teaching your core to recognize it as an extension rather than an invader. For the next hour, under Snape's surprisingly competent instruction, Hermione practiced visualizing her magical pathways and deliberately routing the kryptonite energy through them. The process was exhausting and occasionally painful, but by the end, she could maintain control with only one bracelet. Acceptable progress, Snape acknowledged grudgingly. Continue these exercises daily. The radiation must be fully integrated within weeks, or the damage will become irreversible. And what about Cal? Hermione asked. His magical abilities, Mr. Kent's situation is different, Dumbledore interjected. His Kryptonian physiology processes magic through entirely different channels. Professor Flitwick will assist with that aspect of your training. And Luther? Cal asked directly. Have you discovered how he's passing as a wizard? Dumbledore and Snape exchanged glances. Professor Luther demonstrates adequate magical proficiency, Dumbledore said carefully. Though certain inconsistencies have been noted. He's using enchanted artifacts, Snape stated flatly. Cleverly disguised as conventional magical tools, but distinctive to those who know what to look for. That sounds like Lex, Cal said grimly. He's always collected objects of power. If he's found a way to harness magic through technology. Most concerning is his unusual interest in today's defense class, Dumbledore added. A lecture on magical vulnerabilities to non-magical energies, with particular emphasis on radiation effects. Hermione felt Cal tense beside her. He's probing for information about kryptonite and magic interaction. Indeed, Dumbledore agreed. Which makes your training all the more urgent. I suggest you continue until dinner, then attend Professor Luther's meeting as planned. Observe, but reveal nothing. After Dumbledore and Snape departed, Cal paced the training area, agitation evident in every movement. This is worse than I thought, he said. If Lex has found a way to use magic through technology, combined with his knowledge of Kryptonian biology, then we need to be prepared, Hermione concluded practically. Let's continue training. For the remainder of the afternoon, they pushed themselves harder, Cal practicing precise control of his strength enhanced by magical focus, Hermione working on integrating the kryptonite energy as Snape had instructed. By dinner time, they developed several effective combination techniques. Cal could channel his heat vision through Hermione's magical shields, creating directed energy beams of extraordinary power. Hermione could extend her kryptonite-infused magic to create momentary windows through Cal's natural invulnerability, allowing precise application of his abilities. We're actually doing this, Hermione marveled as they collected themselves before dinner. Creating entirely new magical Kryptonian techniques. Necessity drives innovation, Cal replied with a small smile. My father, my Kryptonian father, Jor-El, would have found this fascinating. He always believed different worlds could enhance each other through knowledge exchange. I wish I could have met him, Hermione said sincerely. Something warm kindled in Cal's eyes. He would have liked you. Brilliant, determined, unafraid to challenge conventional thinking, you remind me of the stories I've heard about my birth mother, Laura. The comparison touched her deeply. Thank you for sharing that with me. Cal held her gaze for a long moment. There aren't many people I can talk to about Krypton. About any of this, really. Well, now there's one more, she said softly. Their eyes held, the moment stretching between them with new awareness. Cal took a half-step closer, then hesitated as voices echoed from the corridor outside. Dinner, Hermione said, breaking the moment reluctantly. And then Luther. Cal nodded, adjusting his glasses in that now familiar gesture. Ready to face the dragon's den? Together, she reminded him. Always together. Luther's office bore little resemblance to the space previously occupied by Hogwarts' parade of defense professors. Clinical and modern, it looked more like a scientific laboratory than a wizard's domain. Sleek metal instruments hummed alongside traditional magical artifacts, and the walls displayed diagrams of energy fields rather than magical creatures. Miss Granger, Mr. Kent, Luther greeted them smoothly. Thank you for coming. Please, sit. The chairs he indicated were positioned before his desk, modern, metallic, and subtly equipped with what Hermione now recognized as monitoring devices embedded in the armrests. She chose to remain standing. "We prefer to stand, Professor," she said politely. "The chairs look rather unconventional." Something flickered in Luther's expression, annoyance, perhaps appreciation for her perception. "Unconventional, yes. I find traditional wizarding furniture needlessly archaic. But suit yourselves." Cal positioned himself slightly in front of Hermione, a protective stance that wouldn't be obvious to most observers. "You wanted to discuss yesterday's attack." "Indeed." Luther leaned against his desk, studying them both with unsettling intensity. Particularly Miss Granger's remarkable display of wandless magic. Quite unprecedented for a sixth-year student, or most fully qualified wizards, for that matter. "As I've told everyone, it was the result of a magical accident," Hermione replied evenly. "Headmaster Dumbledore is helping me understand and control the effects." "An accident in the Forbidden Forest, I understand." Luther's gaze shifted to Cal. "Involving you as well, Mr. Kent." "I was there," Cal confirmed neutrally. "Fascinating coincidence, an American transfer student and a particularly gifted witch, both present for a magical phenomenon that grants extraordinary abilities." Luther smiled thinly. "I don't believe in coincidences of that magnitude." Hermione kept her expression neutral. "What exactly are you suggesting, Professor?" "I'm suggesting, Miss Granger, that perhaps Mr. Kent's transfer to Hogwarts wasn't merely for educational purposes." Luther straightened, circling his desk to retrieve a file. "Salem doesn't typically send exchange students abroad. In fact, they're notoriously insular." "My situation was unique," Cal replied. "So it seems." Luther opened the file, revealing newspaper clippings, not from wizarding publications, but Muggle newspapers from Smallville, Kansas. "Particularly given your remarkable history of being in the right place at the right time." Cal maintained his composure, though Hermione sensed his tension. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Strange rescues, unexplained phenomena, mysterious good fortune surrounding the Kent farm." Luther laid out the clippings one by one. "Isolated incidents, easily dismissed individually. Together, they form a pattern. Is there a question in there somewhere, Professor?" Hermione interjected, drawing his attention away from Cal. Luther's piercing gaze settled on her. "My question, Miss Granger, is what exactly happened in that forest? What energy were you exposed to that allows you to channel magic without a wand?" "I told you, yes, a magical accident that Dumbledore is helping with." Luther waved dismissively. "But the specifics matter. Particularly when the attacker specifically mentioned Kryptonian material." The direct reference hung in the air. Cal's expression remained carefully neutral, but Hermione felt him shift slightly, preparing for potential confrontation. "I'm not familiar with that term," she lied smoothly. "Some kind of rare magical substance, I assumed." "Did you?" Luther's smile didn't reach his eyes. "How interesting that a witch of your academic caliber wouldn't immediately research an unknown magical term." "I've been rather preoccupied with controlling unexpected magical manifestations," Hermione countered. "Etymology hasn't been my priority." Luther studied them both for a long moment, then abruptly changed tactics. "The Order of Thule is an ancient magical society with a particular interest in objects of power from beyond our world. Legend says they've collected artifacts from the stars for centuries." "Fascinating history lesson," Cal commented. "Is there a point to this?" "The point, Mr. Kent, is that they've never attacked Hogwarts before. Something brought them here now." Luther's gaze was calculating. "Or someone." Before either could respond, the office door opened without a knock. Professor McGonagall entered, her expression severe. "Professor Luther, your presence is required in the headmaster's office immediately." Her tone brooked no argument. "Miss Granger, Mr. Kent, you should return to your common room." Luther's jaw tightened momentarily before his smooth mask returned. We'll continue our discussion another time. This topic is far from exhausted. As they followed McGonagall from the office, Hermione noticed Cal scanning the room with what she now recognized as his X-ray vision. "What did you see?" she whispered once they were safely away. "Equipment," Cal replied quietly. "Advanced technology disguised as magical artifacts. And something else, a containment chamber with kryptonite shielding. He's already collecting samples. From the forest explosion? Must be." Cal's expression was grim. Lex never wastes time when he's pursuing something he wants. McGonagall led them to a secluded corridor before stopping. "I suggest you both exercise extreme caution around Professor Luther. The headmaster has concerns about his methods and motivations." "Thank you for the extraction, Professor," Hermione said sincerely. "Don't thank me yet, Miss Granger." McGonagall's eyes reflected genuine concern. "Whatever happened to you in that forest has attracted dangerous attention. Not just from Luther or the Order of Thule." "Voldemort?" Hermione asked quietly. "Among others." McGonagall's gaze shifted to Cal. "Mr. Kent's unusual abilities have not gone unnoticed, despite our best efforts at discretion. Combined with your new capabilities, you present a tempting target for those who collect power." After McGonagall left them at Gryffindor Tower, Cal and Hermione lingered in the empty corridor. "This is escalating quickly," Hermione observed. "First the Order of Thule, now Luther probing directly, and Voldemort potentially waiting in the wings," Cal finished grimly. "We need to accelerate our training. And figure out exactly what Luther is planning." Hermione's mind raced with possibilities. If he's using technology to mimic magic, he must have a larger goal than just teaching defense against the dark arts. Knowing Lex, he's after power, specifically, power over me. Cal's expression hardened. He's always been obsessed with control, especially controlling what he doesn't understand. "Then we need to understand his plans before he understands us," Hermione declared. "Room of requirement, first thing tomorrow morning." Cal nodded, determination evident in his stance. "We'll be ready next time. For whatever comes." Over the next 2 weeks, their training intensified. Every spare moment was spent in the room of requirement, developing techniques that combined their unique abilities. Hermione mastered Snape's integration exercises, gradually reducing her dependence on the regulatory bracelets. Cal learned to channel his Kryptonian abilities through magical focus, gaining precision he'd never achieved through physical control alone. They developed a fighting style that complemented each other perfectly, Cal's strength and speed enhanced by Hermione's magical guidance, her spellwork amplified by his energy manipulation. In combat simulations provided by the room, they moved with increasing synchronicity, anticipating each other's movements without verbal communication. "That was perfect," Hermione declared after they'd successfully neutralized a particularly challenging scenario involving multiple attackers with kryptonite weapons. "Your heat vision through my focusing shield hit all targets simultaneously." Cal nodded, slightly breathless not from exertion but from the exhilaration of their combined efforts. "And your redirected stunning spell using my speed to multiply impact points, brilliant adaptation." The training fostered more than combat effectiveness. In those intense sessions, barriers between them dissolved. Cal shared more about Krypton, its advanced civilization, the crystalline architecture, the scientific achievements that Earth wouldn't reach for centuries. Hermione described her experiences navigating between Muggle and magical worlds, never fully belonging in either. "Sometimes I feel like I'm translating constantly," she admitted during a break. "Explaining magic to my parents in scientific terms they can grasp, then explaining Muggle concepts to wizards who've never seen a telephone." "I understand that completely," Cal said, sitting beside her on the mat. "I spent my childhood translating my abilities into explanations my parents could accept, good reflexes, lucky catches, being in the right place at the right time. Always hiding part of yourself," Hermione said softly. "Until now." His gaze met hers. "With you, I don't have to translate or hide." The moment stretched between them, charged with unspoken feelings. Hermione found herself studying the remarkable blue of his eyes, the perfect symmetry of features that weren't quite human, too flawless, too harmonious in their proportions. "I've never met anyone who understands both sides of me," she confessed. "Magical and logical, academic and fighter. I've never met anyone who accepts all of me without fear or fascination getting in the way," he responded. "You just see me. Kal-El and Kal Kent, both real, both accepted." Without conscious thought, Hermione reached out, gently removing his glasses. Cal remained perfectly still, allowing the gesture with vulnerable trust. Without the barrier of glass between them, his eyes seemed even more vibrantly blue, and completely focused on her. "I see you," she whispered. The kiss happened naturally, inevitably, neither could say who moved first. His lips were warm, gentle despite the strength she knew they contained. Hermione felt the unique energy of him, neither fully human nor fully alien, but something wonderful in between, resonating with the hybrid power that now flowed through her own veins. When they finally separated, Cal touched his forehead to hers. "I've wanted to do that since the astronomy tower," he admitted. "Me too," she confessed, smiling. "Though I was a bit distracted by the whole 'you're an alien' revelation." He laughed, the sound bright and unguarded. "Fair enough. Finding out your study partner is from another planet probably overshadows romantic considerations." "Only temporarily," she assured him, leaning in for another brief kiss before reluctantly checking her watch. "We should get to potions. Slughorn's already suspicious about our sudden partnership." They gathered their things, but before leaving the room, Cal caught her hand. "Hermione." His voice had turned serious. It complicates things." "I know." She squeezed his hand. "But some complications are worth it." His smile returned, brilliant and genuine. "Definitely worth it." In defense against the dark arts that afternoon, Luther announced a special practical lesson on countering non-magical threats, a subject that immediately put Cal and Hermione on alert. "The magical world often dismisses Muggle technology as primitive and irrelevant," Luther began, pacing before a covered object at the front of the classroom. "A dangerous oversight. Advanced technology can mimic magical effects in ways that traditional defensive spells may not counter effectively." He pulled the cover away, revealing what appeared to be a metallic sphere approximately the size of a quaffle, inscribed with runes and emitting a soft blue glow. "This device generates an energy field similar to certain magical barriers," Luther explained. "However, being technology-based rather than magic-based, it doesn't respond to finite incantatem or similar counterspells." Cal leaned forward slightly, studying the device with obvious concern. Hermione noticed him using his X-ray vision briefly before his expression tightened. "What's wrong?" she whispered. "That's not just technology," he murmured back. "It has a kryptonite power source." Luther continued his lecture, demonstrating how the sphere could absorb and neutralize certain spells. "The question becomes, how does a wizard counter a threat that doesn't operate on magical principles?" "Disable it physically," Harry suggested from across the room. "Excellent, Mr. Potter. 5 points to Gryffindor." Luther smiled approvingly. When magic fails, sometimes direct action is the only solution. The lesson progressed to practical application, with students attempting various approaches to neutralizing smaller versions of the sphere. Hermione deliberately performed below her capabilities, aware of Luther's calculating gaze tracking her every move. Cal, meanwhile, maintained his distance from the devices, claiming a minor magical exhaustion from previous training. Luther clearly didn't believe the excuse but couldn't force the issue without revealing his own suspicions. After class, as students filed out, Luther called casually, "Mr. Kent, Miss Granger, a moment, please." They exchanged glances before approaching his desk. "I couldn't help noticing your reluctance to engage with today's practical exercise," Luther observed, addressing Cal directly. Particularly interesting given your excellent performance in previous defensive demonstrations. As I mentioned, magical fatigue, Cal replied evenly. Nothing serious. Indeed. Luther's smile didn't reach his eyes. And Miss Granger, your deliberately underwhelming spell work today was, out of character. One might almost think you were hiding your capabilities. Hermione met his gaze steadily. I believe in matching effort to necessity, Professor. Your devices required minimal magical engagement. How diplomatic. Luther began casually reassembling his demonstration materials. I've been researching magical accidents involving foreign energy sources. Fascinating reading. Did you know that certain extraterrestrial materials have unique interactions with magical fields? The targeted nature of the comment confirmed their suspicions. Luther was deliberately probing their reaction. I can't say I've studied that specific area, Hermione replied carefully. You should. It might explain your recent developments. Luther picked up the sphere, turning it in his hands. Particularly given the Order of Thule's interest in Kryptonian materials. The direct reference hung between them, challenging and unmistakable. Cal stepped forward slightly. You seem unusually well informed about obscure magical theories, Professor. For someone who only recently joined the wizarding academic community. Something dangerous flashed in Luther's eyes before his smooth mask returned. I've always been a quick study, Mr. Kent. Or should I say, the classroom door opened as Professor McGonagall entered briskly. Professor Luther, the headmaster requires these lesson plans approved immediately. Her sharp gaze took in the tension in the room. Miss Granger, Mr. Kent, weren't you due at the library to meet Mr. Weasley and Mr. Potter? The fabricated excuse was transparent but effective. They thanked her and exited quickly, hearing Luther's controlled but evident frustration behind them. That's twice McGonagall has interrupted at crucial moments, Hermione noted as they hurried down the corridor. Dumbledore must have her watching Luther closely. He's getting bolder, Cal said grimly. Directly mentioning Krypton, practically announcing he knows who I am, he's building towards something. But what? If he wanted to expose you, he could have done it already. Lex never settles for simple exposure or confrontation, Cal explained. He wants to understand, control, and ultimately prove his superiority. Whatever he's planning, it's more complex than just revealing my identity. They turned a corner and nearly collided with Ron, who was hurrying in the opposite direction. There you are, he exclaimed, slightly breathless. Been looking everywhere. Harry's found something about those Thule people who attacked, some old book in the restricted section. He's waiting in the room of requirement. Hermione and Cal exchanged alarmed glances. Harry hadn't mentioned any such research, and his sudden interest in the Order of Thule was suspiciously convenient. Did Harry say what specifically he found? Hermione asked carefully. Ron shook his head. Just said it was important, something about star metals and magic. Come on, he's waiting. As Ron turned to lead the way, Cal caught Hermione's eye, subtly activating his X-ray vision to scan their friend. His expression immediately hardened. That's not Ron, he whispered, barely audible. Hermione reacted instantly, her hand moving to her wand. Revelio. The spell struck Ron's back, causing his form to shimmer briefly, not enough to break the disguise completely, but sufficient to confirm Cal's assessment. Ron turned, his expression morphing from surprise to calculation. Clever, said a voice that was definitely not Ron Weasley's. I didn't expect detection quite so quickly. Who are you? Hermione demanded, wand leveled. The impostor smiled with Ron's face, an expression so wrong on those familiar features that it sent chills down Hermione's spine. Consider me a messenger. Professor Luther sends his regards and an invitation. Where's the real Ron? Cal demanded, stepping forward menacingly. Safe, for now. The impostor glanced at his watch. Though that status is time-sensitive. 90 minutes, to be precise. Hermione felt cold dread settling in her stomach. What do you want? Professor Luther requests your presence in the Forbidden Forest. The clearing where you found the Kryptonian material would be appropriate. The false Ron's smile widened. Come alone, both of you. No alerting Dumbledore or other faculty. Mr. Weasley's continued well-being depends on your compliance and punctuality. And we're supposed to trust the word of someone impersonating our friend? Hermione challenged. The impostor reached into his pocket, withdrawing Ron's wand and a Gryffindor prefect badge. Consider these tokens of our sincerity. We have no interest in harming Mr. Weasley, he's merely leveraged to ensure a private conversation. Some conversation, Cal said coldly. Kidnapping and coercion typically indicate hostile intent. Not necessarily. The impostor's expression turned serious. Professor Luther simply wishes to avoid institutional interference in matters of significant scientific and magical importance. Surely you both understand the frustration of bureaucratic limitations on intellectual exploration. The appeal to academic freedom might have been laughable under different circumstances. As it was, Hermione found it chillingly characteristic of Luther's manipulative tactics. 90 minutes, the impostor repeated, backing away. The clearing where the meteorite was found. Come alone, or Mr. Weasley will face unfortunate consequences. Before they could respond further, the false Ron flicked his wrist. A cloud of dense purple smoke erupted between them. Cal moved with superhuman speed to disperse it, but by the time the corridor cleared, the impostor had vanished. We need to find the real Ron, Hermione said immediately. Cal was already scanning the castle with his X-ray vision, focusing through walls and floors. I don't see him in any of the obvious places. Dormitories, classrooms, hospital wing, all clear. He must be outside your range or in a magically concealed location, Hermione reasoned. We need help, we can't risk going to Dumbledore, Cal reminded her. Not if Ron's safety is at stake. Then we need Harry. The Marauder's map might show where Ron is, or at least confirm he's not in the castle. They raced to find Harry, eventually locating him in the actual library, genuinely researching defensive spells with Neville. Harry, Hermione called urgently. Do you have the map with you? Harry looked up, immediately alert at their tone. In my bag. What's wrong? Ron's missing, Cal explained succinctly. And someone's impersonating him. Harry pulled out the Marauder's map without further questions, activating it with a tap of his wand. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The three of them hunched over the map, scanning for Ron's name among the hundreds of labeled dots moving through the castle. He's not here, Harry confirmed after a thorough search. When did you last see him? Breakfast, Hermione realized with growing concern. Which means he could have been missing for hours without anyone noticing. Luther has him, Cal said grimly. Or his associates do. Luther? The defense professor? Harry's expression shifted from confusion to determined focus. What does he want? Us, Hermione replied. In the Forbidden Forest, alone, in just over an hour now. I'm coming with you, Harry declared immediately. Cal shook his head. Too dangerous. If Luther suspects we've brought help, then I'll stay hidden, Harry insisted. But you're not facing this alone. Whatever Luther is, whatever he wants, this feels like a trap. It is definitely a trap, Hermione agreed. But we need to spring it to save Ron. While having backup they don't know about, Cal concluded, nodding slowly. That could work. They quickly formed a plan. Harry would follow under his invisibility cloak, maintaining enough distance to avoid detection while remaining close enough to assist if necessary. Meanwhile, Hermione and Cal would apparently comply with Luther's demands, buying time until they could locate and free Ron. What exactly does Luther want with you two? Harry asked as they prepared to leave. Cal and Hermione exchanged glances. It's complicated, Hermione hedged. It always is, Harry sighed. Just, be careful. Both of you. This feels different from our usual adventures. We will, Cal promised. And Harry, thank you. For trusting us even without all the answers. Harry's expression was grave but understanding. That's what friends do. The forbidden forest seemed darker than usual as they approached the clearing, shadows stretching despite the afternoon sun. Hermione had removed one regulatory bracelet, allowing her kryptonite-infused magic to flow more freely, a calculated risk that left green energy occasionally flickering across her skin. Cal walked beside her, glasses removed and Superman identity fully embraced. They'd decided that pretense was pointless. Luther clearly knew who Cal really was. I can hear movement ahead, Cal murmured. Multiple people, at least 5, possibly more. Can you see Ron? Cal focused his X-ray vision. Yes, tied to a tree at the far edge of the clearing. He's conscious but restrained. Is he hurt? Doesn't appear to be, though his magical signature seems muted somehow. Cal frowned. They may be using magic suppression techniques. They paused at the clearing's edge. The massive oak that had contained the kryptonite meteorite stood shattered and scarred from the explosion weeks earlier. The ground remained scorched in a circular pattern, still faintly glowing with residual energy that Hermione could now perceive clearly with her enhanced senses. Ready? She asked quietly. Cal nodded grimly. Stay close. If they try to separate us, we don't let them, she finished. Together, remember. With a final glance behind them, Harry was following at a distance under his cloak. They stepped into the clearing. Luther stood at its center, now dressed in a sleek, black outfit that resembled battle robes but incorporated technological elements. Beside him were 3 robed figures wearing the insignia of the Order of Thule, and 2 individuals in what appeared to be tactical gear with built-in magical shielding. Miss Granger, Mr. Kent. Luther's smile was coldly triumphant. Or should I say, Kal-El of Krypton. Thank you for joining us promptly. Release Ron, Cal demanded. He has nothing to do with this. All in good time. Luther gestured to his companions. I believe you've already encountered representatives of the Order of Thule. They've been most helpful in combining their ancient knowledge of Kryptonian artifacts with my own technological innovations. You're working with them? Hermione asked, buying time while scanning the clearing for strategic advantages. I thought Lex Luthor preferred solo operations. Even genius benefits from specialized expertise, Luther replied smoothly. Particularly when exploring the intersection of extraterrestrial biology and magical energy, a fascinating field you've become intimately acquainted with, Miss Granger. His gaze fixed on the green energy flickering across her skin. The kryptonite radiation has integrated with your magical core quite impressively. A transformation I'd very much like to study further. I'm not interested in becoming your research subject, Hermione said coldly. No. Pity. Luther stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back. Consider the scientific advances our collaboration could produce. Your unique condition represents an unprecedented fusion of magical and Kryptonian energies. Whatever you're planning, it won't work, Cal stated firmly. Release Ron, and we can discuss this civilly. Always the diplomat, even now. Luther's expression hardened. But we're well past civil discussion, Clark. The use of Cal's Earth name, his private identity, was clearly meant to demonstrate Luther's complete knowledge of his life. Yes, I know everything, Luther continued, reading their reactions. Clark Kent, raised by Jonathan and Martha Kent in Smallville, Kansas. Arrived during the meteor shower that nearly destroyed our town. I've been tracking your activities for years. How did you enter the wizarding world? Hermione asked, genuinely curious despite the circumstances. You're not actually a wizard. Luther smiled coldly. The magical community isn't as isolated as it believes. There have always been individuals in my family with connections to less conventional power sources. My mother's lineage included several squibs, magically aware, but incapable of performing magic themselves. They documented everything, collected artifacts, studied magical theory from the margins. And you found a way to use magical artifacts without having magic yourself, Hermione concluded. Precisely. Technology can interface with magical energy when properly calibrated. Luther raised his hand, displaying a ring with a glowing stone. This, for instance, allows me to channel and direct magical forces through technological focus, bypassing the biological requirements that limit most wizards. Clever, Cal acknowledged. But it doesn't explain why you're here, working with the Order of Thule. Mutual interests. Luther gestured to the robed figures. They've studied Kryptonian materials for centuries, developing magical techniques to harness their energy. I've studied you, developing technology to neutralize or replicate your abilities. Together, we've created something truly revolutionary. He signaled to one of the tactical operatives, who brought forward a metal case. Opening it revealed a series of devices that resembled wands but incorporated glowing green cores and metallic components. Kryptonite core magical amplifiers, Luther explained proudly. Capable of channeling both magical energy and kryptonite radiation simultaneously. Effective against both magical opponents and Kryptonians. Cal tensed visibly, the proximity to multiple kryptonite sources clearly affecting him despite his growing tolerance. Fascinating theory, Hermione said, continuing to stall while assessing their options. But you still haven't explained why you kidnapped our friend or what exactly you want from us. Direct, as always. Luther closed the case. What I want is quite simple, cooperation. Voluntary samples and testing from both of you to perfect our technology. The Order of Thule believes your arrival fulfills an ancient prophecy about starborn power merging with Earth magic. I'm more interested in the practical applications. And if we refuse? Cal asked, though the answer was obvious. Then we'll proceed without your cooperation. Luther's expression hardened. Starting with more aggressive tests on Mr. Weasley to determine whether ordinary wizards can be temporarily infused with kryptonite energy the way Miss Granger was permanently affected. You'd experiment on an innocent student? Hermione was genuinely horrified. I'd prefer not to, Luther replied with disturbing sincerity. Hence my offer for your voluntary participation. Cal and Hermione exchanged glances, silently communicating. They'd anticipated something like this and had prepared accordingly. We need assurances, Cal said, appearing to consider the proposal. Ron released first, unharmed. And limits on what testing you can perform. Luther smiled, clearly believing they were capitulating. Reasonable requests. I'm sure we can, he broke off as a flash of red light struck one of the Thule members from the forest's edge, Harry, making his move earlier than planned. The distraction was momentary but sufficient. Cal moved with super speed, targeting the case of kryptonite weapons while Hermione unleashed her built-up energy in a focused blast toward the operatives guarding Ron. Chaos erupted in the clearing. Luther shouted commands as his associates scrambled to respond. One managed to activate a kryptonite wand, firing a beam of green energy that Cal narrowly avoided. Hermione created a shield of kryptonite-infused magic, deflecting a barrage of spells from the Thule members. Harry abandoned stealth entirely, emerging from beneath the invisibility cloak to duel the nearest operative. Cal reached Ron, snapping his restraints with superhuman strength and creating a protective barrier with his body as spells flew across the clearing. Get him out of here. Hermione called, maintaining her shield while advancing on Luther. Luther, however, remained remarkably composed despite the collapse of his ambush. As Cal moved to escort Ron from the clearing, Luther activated something on his wrist. The ground beneath them suddenly erupted with mechanical constructs, humanoid figures assembled from metal components that rose from buried positions. Enchanted automatons, Luther announced proudly as the metal figures surrounded them. Magical constructs powered by kryptonite cores. Specifically designed to counter your unique abilities. The robots moved with unnatural speed, targeting Cal first. Though he could match their velocity, their kryptonite cores weakened him with proximity, creating an effective containment strategy. 3 surrounded him while 2 others intercepted Harry and Ron's escape route. Hermione found herself facing Luther directly, the remaining Thule members forming a perimeter around them. "Impressive display of power, Miss Granger," Luther commented, seemingly unperturbed by the battle raging around them. "But ultimately futile. My automatons are specifically programmed to counter your abilities." As if to demonstrate, he gestured toward Cal, who was struggling against the machines. Each time he disabled one, the others adapted their tactics, learning from his moves and countering more effectively. "Stop this," Hermione demanded. "You're going to kill him." "Not kill, contain," Luther corrected. "Kal-El is far too valuable to eliminate. As are you." One of the automatons suddenly seized Ron, its metal arm transforming into a restraint around his throat. Harry tried to intervene but was caught by another machine, his wand knocked from his grasp. "Enough." Luther called over the chaos. "Surrender now, or your friends will suffer increasingly unpleasant consequences." Cal paused in his struggle, seeing Ron and Harry captured. Hermione met his eyes across the clearing, a silent understanding passing between them. They'd trained for this, combining their powers in ways Luther couldn't anticipate. "Now," Cal called, suddenly dropping to one knee and placing his palm flat on the ground. Hermione immediately understood. Focusing her kryptonite-infused magic, she created a channeling conduit from her position to Cal's. The green energy flowed along the ground, connecting them while remaining beneath the automaton sensors. The moment their energies linked, Cal used his heat vision, not outward at the robots, but downward into the earth. The superheated ground, amplified by Hermione's magical energy, created a shockwave that traveled outward in a perfect circle. The automatons, anchored to the ground, suddenly found their footing destabilized as the earth beneath them liquefied momentarily. In that brief window of imbalance, Cal moved with super speed, extracting Ron and Harry from the machine's grasp while Hermione unleashed a pulse of pure magical energy that temporarily disrupted the enchantments animating the constructs. Luther's expression shifted from confidence to calculation as he realized his creations were failing. He reached for one of the kryptonite wands, but Hermione was faster, summoning it directly to her hand. The weapon responded to her touch, recognizing the similar energy signature now flowing through her veins. "Fascinating," Luther murmured despite his precarious position. "You've actually bonded with the kryptonite energy at a molecular level." "Call off your people," Hermione demanded, pointing the wand at him. "Now." To her surprise, Luther smiled. "I don't think that will be necessary." The ground beneath them trembled again, not from Cal's heat vision this time, but from something larger approaching through the forest. Trees cracked and fell as an enormous construct pushed into the clearing, a mechanical behemoth at least 15 feet tall, its metal body glowing with multiple kryptonite power sources embedded throughout its frame. "My contingency plan," Luther explained calmly. "Designed specifically to neutralize Kryptonian biology. Even with your impressive adaptations, Kal-El cannot withstand concentrated kryptonite radiation of this magnitude." The massive automaton advanced on Cal, who visibly weakened as it approached. Harry and Ron scrambled to regroup with Hermione, wands at the ready but clearly outmatched by the technological monstrosity. "Stop this, Lex." Cal called, struggling to remain standing as the radiation intensified. "You don't understand the forces you're manipulating." "On the contrary," Luther replied. "I understand them better than anyone, except perhaps Miss Granger now." He turned to her. "This doesn't have to end in conflict. Join me. Study these energies properly, in a controlled environment. Think of the knowledge we could uncover together." For a brief moment, the academic part of Hermione was tempted, the unprecedented research opportunity, the chance to understand her new abilities fully. But watching Cal struggle against the radiation, seeing Harry and Ron's determined but frightened expressions, she knew there was only one choice. "I already have the perfect research partner," she declared, moving to stand beside Cal despite the kryptonite radiation affecting her less severely. And we've already made discoveries you couldn't imagine. To demonstrate, she removed her remaining regulatory bracelet. Green energy cascaded across her skin, flowing freely now. Instead of fighting the radiation from Luther's machine, she embraced it, drawing the energy toward herself like a lightning rod attracts electricity. The automaton faltered as its power source was partially drained, redirected to Hermione. Cal immediately straightened, strength returning as the debilitating radiation diminished. That's impossible, Luther breathed, genuine surprise breaking through his composed facade. You're absorbing kryptonite radiation and channeling it as magical energy. Exactly, Hermione confirmed, the power building within her almost overwhelming. And now we're leaving, all of us, unless you want to see what happens when I release all this energy at once. Luther studied her, calculating risks and possibilities. This isn't over, he said finally. What's happening to you is unprecedented, potentially dangerous. You need proper monitoring, controlled testing. What I need, Hermione cut him off, is for you to stand down. Now. For several tense seconds, no one moved. Then Luther nodded slightly to his associates. The automaton powered down, its kryptonite core dimming. The Order members lowered their wands. A temporary setback, Luther declared. But remember this, both of you, what's happening cannot be contained within Hogwarts walls forever. The interaction between Kryptonian biology and Earth magic has consequences beyond your understanding. Then we'll discover those consequences together, Cal said firmly, moving to stand beside Hermione. Without your interference. They backed away slowly, Harry and Ron flanking them protectively despite their confusion about what exactly was happening. As they reached the forest's edge, Hermione felt the accumulated energy within her becoming dangerously unstable. Cal, she whispered urgently. I need to release this energy soon. I can't contain it much longer. Understanding immediately, Cal guided them deeper into the forest, away from the clearing. When they'd put sufficient distance between themselves and Luther's group, he created a perimeter with his heat vision, scoring the ground in a perfect circle. Release it here, he instructed. I'll contain the backlash. Hermione positioned herself in the center of the circle, focusing on controlled release rather than explosive discharge. The kryptonite energy flowed from her in waves of green light, supercharging the surrounding vegetation. Trees temporarily grew at accelerated rates, flowers bloomed out of season, and magical creatures watched from a safe distance, drawn to the unusual energy signature. When the last of the excess power had dissipated, Hermione nearly collapsed. Cal caught her easily, supporting her weight. That, Ron finally spoke, was bloody insane. What the hell is going on? Since when can Hermione do, whatever that was? And how did you move so fast? He directed the last question at Cal with wide eyes. It's a long story, Cal said wearily. One we should probably tell somewhere safer than the Forbidden Forest. Harry, who had been watching the entire exchange with calculating intensity, simply nodded. Room of requirement. Now. And this time, we get the full explanation. The room of requirement manifested as a comfortable meeting space, plush chairs arranged in a circle, a crackling fire providing warmth, and most importantly, powerful security enchantments ensuring privacy. Ron paced anxiously while Harry sat quietly, processing everything they'd witnessed. Cal helped Hermione into a chair, genuine concern evident as she recovered from the massive energy expenditure. Start talking, Ron demanded once they were settled. What was all that? The green energy, the super speed, Luther knowing who you really are, all of it. Cal looked at Hermione, who nodded tiredly. They deserve the truth. Especially after what they just risked for us. Taking a deep breath, Cal removed his glasses completely and stood straighter, allowing his carefully maintained human mannerisms to fall away. The transformation was subtle but significant. Suddenly he seemed more present, more solid, radiating a quiet power that had always been carefully concealed. My name is Kal-El, he began. I was born on a planet called Krypton, sent to Earth as an infant when my world was destroyed. For the next half hour, Cal explained everything: his Kryptonian heritage, his adoptive upbringing as Clark Kent, his developing abilities, and finally, the unexpected manifestation of magic that had brought him to Hogwarts. Hermione added her perspective, describing the kryptonite explosion in the forest and how it had transformed her magical abilities. Harry and Ron listened in stunned silence, expressions shifting from disbelief to wonder to concerned understanding. "So you're actually an alien," Ron finally said, "with superpowers. Who's also somehow magical." And Hermione got zapped with alien radiation that gave her special abilities too. "That's a simplified version, yes," Cal confirmed. "And Luther, our defense professor, is actually some obsessed Muggle scientist who's figured out how to use magic through technology," Harry added. "Also working with an ancient magical cult that's been studying Kryptonian materials for centuries," Hermione completed. "Yes." Ron collapsed into a chair. "Bloody hell. And I thought Harry attracted weird situations. Have you told Dumbledore about Luther's attack?" Harry asked practically. "Not yet," Cal admitted. "We came straight here after making sure you two were safe." "We should go to him immediately," Hermione said, attempting to stand. Cal gently pressed her back into the chair. "You need to rest first. That energy manipulation took a massive toll." "I'm fine," she protested weakly, though her pallor suggested otherwise. "Hermione," Harry said firmly, "even I can see you're exhausted. Ron and I can go to Dumbledore, explain what happened." "You don't know all the details," she argued. "We know enough," Ron countered. "Luther kidnapped me, tried to capture you too, and has a small army of magical robots powered by alien rocks. Think we can manage to communicate the key points?" Cal nodded gratefully. "That would help. And it might be safer if you two report it. Luther's watching us closely, but might not realize how much you saw or understood." "What will you do in the meantime?" Harry asked. "Get Hermione somewhere safe to recover," Cal replied. "Then prepare for whatever Luther does next. He's not the type to abandon his plans after one setback." After Harry and Ron departed for Dumbledore's office, Cal helped Hermione to a bed the room had conveniently provided in an adjoining space. "You pushed yourself too far," he said softly, genuine concern in his voice. "Absorbing that much kryptonite energy at once was necessary," she finished tiredly. "You couldn't fight while exposed to that much radiation." "Still." He sat beside her, taking her hand. "The integration process Snape described, it's not complete yet. Channeling that level of energy was dangerous. Worth the risk." Hermione squeezed his hand weakly. "We make a good team." Cal smiled, brushing a strand of hair from her face. "The best. But we need to be smarter about Luther. He's escalating faster than anticipated." "The prophecy the Order mentioned," Hermione murmured. "About starborn power merging with Earth magic, do you think that's really about us?" "I don't know," Cal admitted. "But prophecies have a way of creating their own fulfillment through people's actions. Whether it originally referred to us or not, Luther and the Order believe it does, which makes it dangerous regardless." "We need to learn more about this prophecy," Hermione decided. "Understanding what they think we represent might help predict their next move." "Agreed. But first, you rest." Cal's tone brooked no argument. "I'll stay right here." Hermione's exhaustion finally caught up with her, eyes growing heavy despite her racing thoughts. The last thing she remembered before drifting off was Cal's steady presence beside her, his warmth and strength a reassuring constant in a world that had grown increasingly unpredictable. Dumbledore's response was swift and comprehensive. By morning, additional security measures had been implemented throughout Hogwarts, with particular focus on the defense against the dark arts classroom and Luther's office. The official explanation involved concerns about unauthorized magical experimentation, vague enough to avoid panic while ensuring increased vigilance. Luther himself maintained a facade of professional indignation when confronted, denying all allegations and suggesting that Mr. Weasley had simply gotten lost in the forest during an ill-advised solo excursion. Without physical evidence beyond testimonies, even Dumbledore could not take more direct action against a ministry-appointed professor. "He's protected by political connections," Dumbledore explained when they gathered in his office the following evening. "The American Magical Cooperation Department has vouched for his credentials, and certain elements within our own ministry find his research proposals quite compelling." "Even after kidnapping a student?" Hermione asked incredulously. "Mr. Weasley's experience, while concerning, leaves certain evidentiary gaps," Dumbledore replied delicately. "Memory charms were employed, and the location where you confronted Professor Luther shows signs of powerful magical clearing. No trace of automatons or other devices remains." "Convenient," Cal observed grimly. "Indeed." Dumbledore's expression was troubled. "However, this development has accelerated certain necessary preparations. Professor Luther's interest in both of you, and the interaction between Kryptonian biology and magical energy, presents more immediate concerns than we anticipated." "What kind of concerns?" Hermione asked. Dumbledore rose, moving to a cabinet that seemed to appear from the wall itself. From it, he retrieved an ancient-looking scroll sealed with silver thread and glowing faintly with protective enchantments. "The prophecy the Order of Thule referenced is not merely their own fabrication," he explained, carefully breaking the seals. "References to starborn power merging with earth magic appear in multiple magical traditions, dating back centuries." He unrolled the scroll, revealing text in a language Hermione didn't recognize. "This particular version comes from the Atlantean archives, preserved by merepeople and translated by wizards in the 15th century. "Atlantean?" Cal leaned forward with interest. "Kryptonians had records suggesting Atlantis was real, but even we weren't certain." "Quite real," Dumbledore confirmed. "And particularly advanced in astral magic, the study of cosmic energies and their influence on Earth's magical fields. This prophecy speaks of a child of stars whose power merges with the old magic, creating a bridge between worlds that heralds great transformation." "That could refer to almost anything," Hermione pointed out. "Prophecies are notoriously vague and open to interpretation." "Indeed," Dumbledore agreed. "However, the specificity of starborn power interacting with Earth magic, coupled with the recent manifestation of precisely such an interaction between you two, suggests more than coincidental alignment." "You believe the prophecy is about us," Cal concluded. "I believe the prophecy may be fulfilling itself through you," Dumbledore corrected carefully. "Whether by design or cosmic happenstance, the union of Kryptonian energy and magical capability manifesting in both of you represents an unprecedented development, one with potentially far-reaching consequences." "What kind of consequences?" Hermione asked. "That remains to be seen." Dumbledore resealed the scroll. "But the Order of Thule's interest suggests they anticipate something significant enough to risk direct confrontation at Hogwarts." "And Luther?" Cal pressed. "How does he fit into this?" "An opportunist, I suspect," Dumbledore replied. "One who recognized potential power and sought to harness it through his unique combination of technological innovation and magical adaptation." "So what do we do now?" Hermione asked practically. "Luther is still teaching here, still has access to students and resources. We maintain vigilance while accelerating your training," Dumbledore decided. "Professor Flitwick will join Professor Snape in providing specialized instruction. Your ability to combine Kryptonian and magical energies may prove crucial in the coming weeks." "You're expecting another attempt," Cal observed. "I am certain of it," Dumbledore confirmed. "Professor Luther's ambition will not be deterred by a single failure, particularly given what he witnessed of your combined capabilities. And the Order of Thule has pursued their objectives for centuries, they will not abandon them now." As they left Dumbledore's office, Cal and Hermione walked in thoughtful silence. The weight of prophecy, ancient magical societies, and Luther's machinations created a complex web of threats surrounding them. We need to be prepared for anything, Cal finally said. Luther's next move won't be as straightforward as kidnapping Ron. Agreed. Hermione glanced at him. Are you worried? About the prophecy, I mean. Cal considered this. I've never put much stock in predestination, he admitted. My Kryptonian father believed we create our own fate through choices, not cosmic design. A very scientific perspective for an advanced civilization, Hermione observed with a small smile. But, Cal continued seriously, I can't ignore the pattern forming. My arrival at Hogwarts, the kryptonite in the forest, your transformation, events aligning too perfectly to be mere coincidence. And now us, Hermione added softly. That wasn't in anyone's prophecy. Cal's expression softened as he took her hand. No, that was just, inevitable, I think. From the moment you saw through my disguises. The simple affection in his voice warmed her. Well, you weren't exactly subtle with all that superhuman perfection, she teased. Says the most brilliant witch of her age, he countered with a smile. They rounded the corner to find Harry waiting outside the room of requirement, expression unusually serious. There you are, he said, straightening. You need to see this. Inside, the room had configured itself as a news center, with copies of both Wizard and Muggle publications displayed prominently. Ron stood examining the Daily Prophet, while Neville and Luna, apparently now included in their confidence, studied Muggle newspapers. It's happening worldwide, Harry explained without preamble. Magical disturbances interfering with Muggle technology. The Ministry's obliviators are working overtime. Look at this, Ron added, pointing to the Prophet's headline, Unprecedented magical fluctuations baffle experts. And this, Luna held up the Quibbler, whose headline typically took a different approach, Starborn energy converges with Earth magic, prophecy unfolds. Cal frowned, scanning the articles with superhuman speed. These incidents started 3 days ago, right after our confrontation with Luther in the forest. When I absorbed and released all that kryptonite energy, Hermione realized with growing horror. It's not your fault, Harry said quickly. According to Dumbledore, something larger is happening. Your energy release may have been a trigger, but not the cause. Luther's experiments, Cal concluded grimly. Combining kryptonite and magic on an industrial scale could create energy ripples affecting magical fields globally. Exactly what Dumbledore suspects, Neville confirmed. He's called in experts from the Department of Mysteries to investigate, but they're baffled too. Luna approached, her dreamy expression more focused than usual. The prophecy is accelerating, she said matter-of-factly. Star energy and Earth magic merging beyond your individual connection, expanding to affect magical fields worldwide. How do you know about the prophecy? Hermione asked, surprised. My father's been researching it for years, Luna replied simply. The signs have been building, meteor showers increasing in frequency, magical creatures exhibiting unusual migration patterns, the alignment of Jupiter's moons with magical ley lines. While Hermione would typically dismiss such connections as Quibbler nonsense, recent events had expanded her definition of possible correlations. If Luther's experiments are accelerating some kind of prophesied magical convergence, Cal reasoned, we need to shut them down immediately. That's why we're here, Harry explained. Luna helped us track the epicenter of these disturbances using her father's equipment. He unrolled a map on the central table. They're originating from here, an abandoned ministry research facility in Scotland, not far from Hogwarts. Convenient location, Cal observed dryly. Too convenient, Hermione agreed. Luther must have chosen it specifically to access Hogwarts easily while conducting his experiments. We need to investigate, Harry declared. Tonight, before these disturbances get worse. You mean, we, as in Cal and I, Hermione clarified. This is too dangerous for mere wizards. Ron interrupted. Too late for that argument. We're already involved, and frankly, you need us. Magical security systems, wizarding protections, you might have fancy alien powers and green energy stuff, but we've been breaking into secured magical locations since we were 11. Cal and Hermione exchanged glances, a silent conversation passing between them. Finally, Cal nodded. They're right, he admitted. We can't do this alone. Luther will have both technological and magical protections, we need a team with diverse capabilities. Fine, Hermione conceded. But we need a proper plan, not just charging in blindly. Already working on it, Harry assured her, gesturing to the table where maps, schematics, and security notes were spread out. Luna's father had these facility blueprints in his government conspiracies collection. Sometimes paranoia pays off, Luna said serenely. For the next few hours, they developed a comprehensive infiltration strategy. Cal would conduct aerial reconnaissance using his flight and vision powers. Harry and Ron would handle magical barriers and detection. Hermione would focus on identifying and neutralizing kryptonite-based technology. Luna and Neville would remain at Hogwarts as communication relays, prepared to alert Dumbledore if the mission went sideways. As evening approached, they made final preparations. Cal changed into the reinforced suit he'd brought from home, midnight blue with his family crest subtly incorporated, designed to withstand the stresses of his abilities. Hermione modified her clothes with protective enchantments, while Harry retrieved his invisibility cloak. This is really happening, Ron muttered as they prepared to leave. We're going after a mad Muggle scientist with alien tech and magical robots. Just another Tuesday at Hogwarts, Harry replied with grim humor. Before departing, Cal pulled Hermione aside. Are you sure about this? Your energy control is still stabilizing after the forest incident. I'm sure, she said firmly. Whatever Luther's doing is affecting the entire magical world. We can't wait for perfect conditions. Cal nodded, though concern lingered in his eyes. Stay close to me. If anything feels wrong with your energy levels, I'll tell you immediately, she promised. But the same goes for you. No heroic Kryptonian self-sacrifice if we encounter kryptonite. Deal. He smiled briefly, then grew serious. Whatever happens tonight. I'm glad we're facing it together. Together, Hermione affirmed, the word becoming their mantra and promise. As they slipped from the castle under cover of darkness, none of them noticed the small magical sensor activated near the entrance hall, or the alert it sent directly to Professor Luther's quarters, notifying him of their departure. The abandoned research facility loomed against the night sky, its stone exterior belying the advanced technology concealed within. From their vantage point on a nearby hillside, it appeared dormant, no lights, no visible activity. But Cal's enhanced vision detected movement inside, and Hermione could perceive magical energy fluctuating around the building's perimeter. There are at least 20 people inside, Cal reported, scanning through walls. Half appear to be Order of Thule members, judging by their robes. The others look like technical staff. And Luther? Harry asked. Central chamber, supervising some kind of large device. Cal frowned in concentration. It's heavily shielded, but I can make out parts of it, a circular structure with multiple kryptonite power sources arranged around a magical containment field. That matches the energy pattern I'm sensing, Hermione confirmed. It's similar to what I experienced during the forest explosion, but magnified exponentially. What's he trying to do? Ron wondered. Create more people with your abilities? Something bigger, Cal said grimly. The configuration suggests he's attempting to create a stable field interaction between kryptonite radiation and magical energy on a massive scale. Like a reactor, Hermione realized. Continuous power generation from the interaction between the two energy types. Exactly. But the pattern is unstable, that's what's causing the worldwide magical disturbances. Harry studied the facility through omnioculars. Security looks heavy. Magical barriers, alarm systems, patrolling guards, not to mention whatever high-tech additions Luther's made. We'll need a distraction, Ron suggested. Something to draw attention away from our entry point. Cal nodded. I can provide that. A high-speed flyover near the east side should trigger their perimeter alerts without exposing me to the interior kryptonite. Once inside, we stick to the plan, Hermione reminded everyone. Find the central chamber, disable the device, gather evidence of Luther's illegal activities. And if Luther himself interferes? Harry asked. We deal with him, Cal said, his expression hardening. But containing the device is the priority. If it's as unstable as it appears, a catastrophic failure could have devastating consequences for the magical world. They synchronized watches and reviewed entry points one final time. As Cal prepared to create their distraction, Hermione caught his arm. Be careful, she said quietly. Luther knows your vulnerabilities better than anyone. I will, he promised. See you inside. With that, he launched skyward, a blur of motion that disappeared into the night. Moments later, alarms blared from the facility's eastern perimeter as guards rushed to investigate the security breach. That's our cue, Harry whispered, throwing the invisibility cloak over himself and Ron. Hermione, stay close behind us. They approached the western entrance, where security had thinned as personnel responded to Cal's distraction. Harry and Ron made quick work of the magical barriers, their experience with Hogwarts protections proving valuable against the facility's defenses. Inside, they navigated dark corridors guided by the magical energy Hermione could now perceive. The facility's interior revealed its true nature, sleek, modern technology seamlessly integrated with magical apparatus. Laboratories housed equipment for analyzing magical artifacts, while engineering rooms contained partially assembled automatons similar to those they'd encountered in the forest. Luther's been busy, Ron muttered as they passed a room filled with kryptonite core wands in various stages of production. This isn't a recent operation. He's been planning this for months, maybe years, Harry agreed. Since before Cal arrived at Hogwarts. The Order of Thule must have had these facilities already, Hermione reasoned. Luther partnered with them, combining his technological expertise with their magical knowledge. They encountered minimal resistance as they approached the central chamber, most security focused on Cal's continued aerial distractions. When they reached the main laboratory doors, however, they found them sealed with both magical wards and technological locks. This will take time, Harry said, examining the protections. Complex locking charms, probably blood-sealed. No time for subtlety, Hermione decided, removing both regulatory bracelets. Green energy immediately flowed across her skin, responding to her heightened emotions. Stand back. Focusing the kryptonite-infused magic into her hands, she pressed them against the door's center. The magical wards reacted violently at first, flaring with defensive energy, but Hermione's hybrid power created unusual interference patterns. Within moments, the wards began to destabilize, magical structures collapsing under her sustained pressure. Bloody hell, Ron whispered as the heavy doors slowly swung open. Remind me never to get on your bad side. The central chamber beyond was massive, an industrial space converted into a high-tech laboratory. At its center stood the device Cal had described, a circular array of pylons surrounding a swirling vortex of green-tinged magical energy. Kryptonite crystals were positioned at regular intervals around the perimeter, their radiation feeding into the magical field through technological interfaces. Luther stood on an elevated platform, monitoring the apparatus with obvious satisfaction. Beside him, robed Order members performed complex magical rituals that appeared to stabilize the energy field. The convergence is approaching critical threshold, one of the technicians announced. Field stability at 63% and rising. Excellent, Luther replied. Increase kryptonite output by 15%. Let's push toward 70% stability before the final phase. From their concealed position near the entrance, Hermione studied the device with growing alarm. This is worse than we thought, she whispered. He's not just experimenting, he's trying to create a permanent fusion of kryptonite energy and magical fields. What would that do? Ron asked. If successful. Potentially allow control over both magical and Kryptonian energies on a global scale, she explained grimly. If unsuccessful, catastrophic magical disruption worldwide. So we destroy it, Harry said simply. Not that simple, Hermione countered. That much unstable energy, any uncontrolled disruption could trigger an explosion far worse than what happened in the forest. Then what's the plan? Ron pressed. Before Hermione could answer, a commotion from the far side of the chamber drew their attention. Cal had finally made his entrance, though not in the way they'd planned. He was being dragged into the laboratory by 4 of Luther's automatons, clearly weakened by the concentrated kryptonite radiation permeating the facility. Right on schedule, Luther announced, descending from his platform to approach his captured adversary. I must say, your distraction strategy was rather transparent, Clark. Or do you prefer Kal-El in your heroic persona? Cal struggled against his captors, but the proximity to multiple kryptonite sources had compromised his strength significantly. Whatever you're doing, Lex, it's affecting magical fields worldwide. You can't control this kind of power. That's where you're wrong, Luther replied, circling Cal with clinical interest. The initial disturbances were merely calibration effects, necessary instability while the system establishes equilibrium. Once the convergence field stabilizes, we'll have perfect control. Cal questioned. The Order provides the magical framework, I provide the technological integration. Luther gestured to the robed figures continuing their rituals. A mutually beneficial arrangement. And what happens to the magical world when your experiment fails? Hermione called, deciding that stealth was no longer their best option. She stepped forward, Harry and Ron flanking her with wands drawn. Luther turned, unsurprised by their appearance. Miss Granger. And the cavalry, I see. How predictable. Shut it down, Luther, Harry demanded, wand aimed steadily. Or we'll do it for you. I think not. Luther pressed a control on his wrist device. Instantly, the chamber's perimeter illuminated as hidden automatons activated, surrounding them completely. Unlike our forest encounter, I'm fully prepared for interruptions this time. Sir, one of the technicians called urgently, convergence field destabilizing. Energy variance exceeding safety parameters. Luther frowned, turning back to the monitors. Compensate with the secondary containment array. Increase magical binding intensity. The subject's presence is affecting field coherence, the technician explained, pointing to Cal, Kryptonian biology creating unpredictable resonance patterns. Of course, Luther murmured, eyes lighting with sudden understanding. It's not just the kryptonite, it's the living Kryptonian cells that create the perfect resonance bridge. He turned back to Cal with renewed interest. You're not just a test subject, you're the missing catalyst. Cal's expression shifted from defiance to concern as he grasped Luther's implication. Lex, whatever you're thinking, prepare the primary integration chamber, Luther ordered, ignoring Cal's protest. We're accelerating to the final phase. As technicians rushed to comply, Hermione caught Harry and Ron's eyes, silently communicating. Harry nodded subtly, then created a momentary distraction by firing a powerful blasting curse at the nearest monitoring station. The explosion wasn't enough to breach the facility's integrity but sufficient to draw attention away from Hermione. Using the confusion, she channeled her kryptonite energy in a focused stream toward Cal, aiming not at him directly but at the automatons restraining him. The green energy disrupted their kryptonite power cores, creating a cascade failure that momentarily released their grip. Cal seized the opportunity, summoning his remaining strength to break free. Though still weakened by the ambient radiation, he managed to dispatch the malfunctioning robots before they could recover. Stop them! Luther shouted as Cal moved to join his friends. Order members and security personnel converged on them from all sides. Harry and Ron fought back with impressive magical skill, their experience from Dumbledore's army training evident in their coordinated defense. Cal positioned himself protectively near Hermione, who was channeling increasing amounts of energy to counter the automaton's attacks. We need to disable the convergence device, she called over the chaos. Cal, can you see any weak points in the structure? Cal focused his X-ray vision on the apparatus, fighting through the pain of kryptonite exposure. The power distribution node, there, at the base of the primary pylon. Disrupt that, and the whole system should destabilize gradually rather than catastrophically. Cover me, Hermione told Harry and Ron, who immediately intensified their defensive efforts, creating a corridor through the fighting. She and Cal advanced toward the device, combining their abilities to overcome resistance. When automatons blocked their path, Cal would use precise bursts of heat vision to disable their motion systems while Hermione neutralized their power cores with her unique energy. They had nearly reached the distribution node when Luther appeared before them, now wearing what appeared to be a mechanized battle suit enhanced with magical reinforcement. "I can't allow you to interfere," he stated coldly. "This convergence represents the next evolution of power on Earth, beyond wizard, beyond Kryptonian. Perfect integration of cosmic and terrestrial energies. It's destroying the balance of magical fields worldwide," Hermione countered. "The disturbances are just the beginning. Necessary sacrifices for progress," Luther dismissed. "Your transformation, Miss Granger, was merely a preview of what's possible. Imagine an entire society with such capabilities, human enhancement beyond anything previously conceived. At what cost?" Cal demanded. "How many magical communities disrupted? How many lives affected by uncontrolled energy fluctuations?" "Acceptable collateral damage," Luther replied without hesitation. "Particularly when balanced against the advancements we'll achieve." Without warning, his suit emitted a concentrated pulse of kryptonite energy directly at Cal, who collapsed to his knees in immediate agony. Simultaneously, magical restraints materialized around Hermione, specifically calibrated to contain her hybrid energy signature. "I've studied both of you extensively," Luther explained, approaching calmly as they struggled against their respective constraints. "Your abilities, your limitations, your connection to each other. Fascinating symbiosis, really, her magic protecting you from kryptonite effects, your Kryptonian resilience stabilizing her energy integration. If you understand that," Hermione gasped against the tightening restraints, "then you know we're stronger together than apart." "Precisely why I'm separating you," Luther confirmed. "Together, you represent an unpredictable variable in my carefully designed system. Individually, you become controllable components." He signaled to waiting technicians, who began preparing two distinct chambers on opposite sides of the convergence device. "The Kryptonian will provide the cosmic energy resonance, while you, Miss Granger, will serve as the magical conduit. Perfect balance." As they were dragged toward their respective chambers, Hermione caught Cal's eye across the laboratory. Despite his weakened state, his gaze communicated determination rather than defeat. They had prepared for this possibility during their training, separation tactics that would appear to sever their connection while actually synchronizing their energies at a deeper level. Hermione allowed herself to be secured in the chamber, which hummed with magical containment fields calibrated to her unique energy signature. Across the laboratory, Cal was similarly restrained in a kryptonite-lined container designed to harvest his cellular energy without killing him. Luther stood at the central control station, initiating the integration sequence. Beginning primary convergence phase. Kryptonian cellular resonance at 20% and rising. The chamber around Hermione began to pulse with green-tinged energy, attempting to draw her kryptonite-infused magic into the larger convergence field. She appeared to resist, struggling against the extraction process while secretly focusing her energy into a specific pattern, one that would connect with Cal's across the facility. "Magical conduit resistance higher than anticipated," one of the technicians reported. "Compensation protocols engaged. Increase extraction parameters by 30%, Luther ordered. "Her hybrid energy structure is more resilient than our models predicted." As the extraction intensity increased, Hermione allowed small amounts of her energy to feed into the system, just enough to appear cooperative while maintaining her core reserves. Across the room, Cal was implementing the complementary strategy, releasing minimal cellular energy while concentrating his remaining strength. The convergence field between them began to stabilize, green energy swirling more coherently as the two chambers fed controlled amounts into the central apparatus. Field stability approaching 78%, the lead technician announced with evident excitement. Convergence threshold within acceptable parameters. Luther studied the readings with satisfaction. Prepare for full integration sequence. Once stability reaches 85%, initiate the global field expansion. Sir, energy variance detected in the primary subjects, another technician warned. Resonance patterns show unusual synchronization. Luther frowned, examining the monitors more closely. Impossible. The chambers are completely isolated from each other. But the technician was right. Despite the physical separation and containment measures, Cal and Hermione had established a direct energy connection, his Kryptonian cellular resonance perfectly aligned with her magical frequency, creating a hidden channel between them. Now, Cal called across the facility, his voice stronger than should have been possible given his kryptonite exposure. Hermione immediately released the energy she'd been carefully gathering, not into Luther's convergence field but directly toward Cal through their established connection. The green stream shot across the laboratory, bypassing all technological barriers through the resonance channel they'd created. Simultaneously, Cal channeled his remaining strength into his heat vision, not outward but inward, superheating the kryptonite-lined walls of his chamber from within. As Hermione's energy reached him, it merged with the heat vision, creating a feedback loop that amplified both their powers exponentially. The resulting energy surge overwhelmed the containment systems, shattering both chambers in a controlled explosion that sent Luther and his technicians scrambling for cover. Free from their restraints, Cal and Hermione immediately moved toward each other, their synchronized energies forming a protective field around them as they advanced on the central convergence device. Stop them! Luther shouted, his composed facade cracking under the unexpected reversal. Order members and automatons converged from all directions, but Harry and Ron, who had continued fighting throughout the chamber, provided crucial cover fire, blocking the most immediate threats with well-placed shield charms and stunning spells. Reaching the primary distribution node, Cal and Hermione placed their hands on it simultaneously. Their combined energy, Kryptonian cellular power merged with kryptonite-infused magic, created a unique disruption pattern that began systematically shutting down the convergence field from within. No! Luther lunged toward them, his battle suit firing multiple kryptonite energy weapons simultaneously. The blast struck their protective field and were absorbed rather than deflected, another technique they'd perfected during training. Hermione redirected the energy into the distribution node, accelerating the controlled shutdown process. The convergence field began to collapse inward, green energy spiraling back toward the central apparatus rather than expanding outward as Luther had planned. Warning alarms blared throughout the facility as systems registered the cascading shutdown. Evacuate immediately, the automated security system announced. Convergence field collapse in progress. Critical failure imminent. Order members abandoned their positions, fleeing toward emergency exits as the facility's infrastructure began to destabilize. Luther remained at his control station, frantically attempting to override the shutdown sequence. Lex, it's over, Cal called, supporting Hermione as she continued channeling energy into the controlled collapse. This facility is coming down. Get your people out. I can still stabilize it, Luther insisted, fingers flying over controls. Years of research, billions in resources, I won't let it end like this. The laboratory trembled as energy surges overloaded power systems throughout the building. Harry and Ron had already begun evacuating the remaining technicians, directing them toward exit points while maintaining defensive positions. Hermione, we need to leave, Cal urged, noting the increasingly unstable energy readings. The field collapse is approaching critical phase. She nodded, exhaustion evident but determination undiminished. One final push to ensure controlled detonation rather than catastrophic failure. Together, they channeled a last surge of combined energy into the distribution node, programming a specific collapse sequence that would contain the worst of the explosion within the facility's reinforced walls. As they turned to leave, Luther made a desperate move, activating his suit's most powerful weapon, a concentrated kryptonite energy cannon aimed directly at them. The beam struck Cal in the back, sending him crashing to the floor with a cry of pain. Hermione reacted instantly, redirecting her remaining energy to form a shield between Cal and Luther. The effort cost her greatly, nearly depleting her reserves, but it gave Cal the moments needed to recover enough to stand. "Go," he told her, turning back toward Luther. "Get out with Harry and Ron. I'll handle Lex." "Not without you," she insisted. "I'll be right behind you," he promised. "But someone needs to make sure he doesn't override our collapse sequence." Recognizing the logic but hating the separation, Hermione reluctantly joined Harry and Ron at the laboratory entrance. 2 minutes, she told Cal firmly. "Then we're coming back for you." As she withdrew, Cal faced Luther across the destabilizing convergence apparatus. "It's finished, Lex. The facility is coming down whether you accept it or not." "It's never finished between us," Luther replied, his suit sparking with damage but still operational. "You've merely delayed the inevitable. The convergence theory is sound. I'll rebuild elsewhere, with better containment, better subjects." "Not if evidence of your illegal experimentation reaches the Ministry," Cal countered. "Which it will, once we're safely clear." Luther laughed bitterly. "You think magical authorities concern me? My resources extend far beyond their jurisdiction. This is merely one project of many." The facility shuddered more violently as the convergence field collapsed further, energy discharges creating structural damage throughout the building. Cal knew he had only moments before the final detonation sequence began. "Then we'll stop those too," he promised. "Wherever you go, whatever you build, we'll be there." Luther repeated, his expression darkening. "You and the witch. Fascinating partnership, almost poetic. The alien and the magical prodigy, united against progress." "Against misused power," Cal corrected. "There's a difference." A massive energy surge from the collapsing field interrupted their confrontation, overloading Luther's suit systems temporarily. Cal seized the opportunity, using his heat vision to sever the main power coupling connecting Luther's suit to its kryptonite energy source. The suit's systems failed catastrophically, locking Luther in place as emergency protocols engaged. He struggled against the suddenly rigid armor, unable to move or access controls. "Release me immediately," he demanded as Cal approached. The suit's safety protocols activated when the power core disconnected, Cal observed. "Designed to protect the wearer during system failure, your own safeguard working against you." He lifted the immobilized Luther easily, no longer weakened now that the suit's kryptonite core was inactive. "Time to leave, Lex. Your experiment is over." Carrying his nemesis despite continued protests, Cal rushed from the laboratory just as the final collapse sequence initiated. He rejoined Hermione, Harry, and Ron at the facility's perimeter, setting Luther down under Harry's watchful wand. Cutting it close, Hermione observed, relief evident beneath her admonishing tone. "Wanted to make sure he didn't have any backup systems," Cal explained, glancing back at the facility. 30 seconds to detonation. "We should take cover." They retreated to a safe distance, bringing Luther and several captured Order members with them. As the countdown reached 0, the research facility imploded rather than exploded, the controlled collapse sequence containing the worst of the energy release within its reinforced structure. Green-tinged energy briefly illuminated the night sky as kryptonite radiation dispersed harmlessly into the atmosphere, the magical component of the convergence field dissolving into ambient magical backgrounds. "It worked," Hermione said quietly, monitoring the energy patterns with her enhanced senses. "The field is dissipating normally. No catastrophic magical disruption. The worldwide disturbances should stabilize now," Cal added. "Without the convergence device generating interference." Orders began arriving moments later, alerted by Neville and Luna as planned. As the Ministry officials secured Luther and the Order members, taking statements from everyone involved, Cal and Hermione found a moment of privacy away from the chaos. "We did it," she said, leaning against him wearily. "Actually stopped a mad scientist with a doomsday device. Very superhero of us." Cal smiled, though concern shadowed his expression as he studied her depleted state. "You pushed your energy integration to the limit. Are you alright?" "Exhausted but stable," she assured him. "The synchronization technique worked perfectly, better than we anticipated." "The resonance between us is stronger than Luther realized," Cal agreed. "His research actually helped us understand how our energies interact." "Ironic," Hermione noted. "His obsession with controlling our combined power ultimately gave us better mastery of it." Cal's expression grew thoughtful. "The prophecy the Order mentioned, about starborn power merging with Earth magic. Maybe it wasn't about global convergence or power domination at all." "You think it was simply about us?" Hermione asked. "Two individuals from different worlds finding connection. Prophecies are often misinterpreted by those seeking to exploit them," Cal reasoned. "Maybe the Great Transformation wasn't about worldwide magical change, but personal evolution, your adaptation to kryptonite energy, my development of magical abilities. Changes that transformed us individually while bringing us together." Hermione considered this, finding comfort in the more personal interpretation. "I prefer that version to Luther's global domination theory." "Me too." Cal wrapped an arm around her shoulders, supporting her tired frame. "Though I doubt this is the last we've seen of him or the Order. This kind of obsession doesn't disappear with one defeat." "Next time we'll be ready," Hermione said with quiet confidence. "We understand our combined abilities better now. And we won't be facing them alone." She nodded toward Harry and Ron, who were giving detailed statements to impressed-looking Aurors, occasional glances in their direction confirming their continued concern and support. "No," Cal agreed warmly. "Not alone at all." As Ministry officials prepared to transport Luther to a secure holding facility, he caught Cal's eye one final time. The look they exchanged contained no words but conveyed volumes. This confrontation was merely one battle in what would be a continuing war. But for now, as dawn broke over the Scottish Highlands, illuminating the aftermath of their struggle, Cal and Hermione found peaceful reassurance in their connection, Kryptonian and witch, alien and human, two beings from different worlds whose paths had converged in ways neither could have imagined. The prophecy, whatever its true meaning, had brought them together. And together they would remain, facing whatever challenges emerged from the unique intersection of their worlds. Chapter 3, Worlds Collide. The Ministry's holding facility looked nothing like a prison. Sleek, modern, and humming with magical containment fields, it resembled a high-tech research lab more than a detention center. Which, Hermione supposed, made it the perfect place to hold someone like Lex Luthor. "He hasn't said a word since the intake interview," Harry reported, joining her and Cal in the observation room. 2 weeks had passed since they'd shut down Luther's convergence experiment, yet the fallout continued to spread through magical communities worldwide. "Just sits there smiling like he knows something we don't." Through the enchanted glass, they watched Luther sitting perfectly composed in his cell, despite the magical dampening fields and the complete absence of technology. He looked almost relaxed, reading a book on magical theory the Ministry had provided at his request. "He's waiting for something," Cal said, arms crossed as he studied his old adversary. "Lex never accepts defeat this gracefully." "The Order members we captured aren't talking either," Ron added, flipping through an official report. Being part of the group that took down an international magical threat had earned him unexpected credibility with the Aura Department. All claiming diplomatic immunity through some ancient magical accord. "Dad says the legal department is going mad trying to sort it out." Hermione frowned, checking her regulatory bracelet. She'd only needed one since the facility confrontation. Her body had adapted to the kryptonite energy more thoroughly after the intense energy exchange with Cal. The green glow beneath her skin had stabilized, no longer flickering unpredictably but flowing in controlled patterns that responded to her will. "The magical disturbances are getting worse, not better," she said, turning away from Luther's unnerving calm. The shutdown should have stabilized the interference patterns, but they're actually intensifying in certain regions. South America, Northern Europe, and a cluster in the Pacific, Cal confirmed, having just returned from a high-altitude survey flight. His ability to travel globally at super speed had proven invaluable for monitoring the expanding crisis. Magical creatures migrating from affected areas, unexplained aurora phenomena visible even to muggles, and reports of spontaneous magical manifestations in non-magical populations. Precisely what the prophecy described, came Luna's dreamy voice from the doorway. She entered carrying a stack of parchments covered in astronomical charts. The stars are realigning. Ancient patterns returning. The veil between worlds growing thinner. While Luna's pronouncements typically invited skepticism, recent events had lent her peculiar insights more credibility. The astronomical anomalies she tracked corresponded perfectly with regions experiencing the most severe magical disruptions. "Dumbledore wants to see all of us," Neville said, following Luna with uncharacteristic urgency. "Right away. Something's happened at Hogwarts." "What kind of something?" Harry asked sharply. The astronomy tower's instruments recorded an energy signature identical to the one from Luther's device, Neville explained. "But it came from space, not Earth." Cal and Hermione exchanged concerned glances. "We need to go," Cal said. "Now." Hogwarts appeared unchanged as they approached via Ministry transportation, yet Hermione immediately sensed something different. The castle's magical field, normally a stable, layered tapestry of enchantments built up over centuries, now pulsed with irregular patterns, bright nodes of energy flaring at unpredictable intervals. "You can see it too?" Cal asked quietly as they crossed the grounds. "The disruption patterns?" "Yes." Hermione focused on a particularly bright flare near the astronomy tower. "They're stronger here than anywhere else we've monitored. Like the castle itself is becoming a focal point." Dumbledore awaited them in his office, along with Professor McGonagall, Snape, and unexpectedly, Firenze the Centaur. Star charts and ancient texts covered every surface, and a peculiar silver instrument on Dumbledore's desk projected a three-dimensional map of swirling energy patterns above the castle. "Thank you for coming so quickly," Dumbledore greeted them, the usual twinkle in his eyes dimmed by evident concern. "I believe we face a situation beyond anything previously documented in wizarding history. The convergence is accelerating despite Luther's device being destroyed," Hermione surmised. "Indeed, Miss Granger. It appears Mr. Luther's experiment was less a cause than a catalyst, triggering a process that would have eventually occurred naturally, though perhaps not for centuries." Dumbledore gestured to Firenze. "The centaurs have observed these patterns before, recorded in their oldest astronomical records. The stars remember what wizards forget," Firenze stated, his solemn gaze fixing on Cal. "When star travelers last walked among us, the sky paths opened between worlds." "Star travelers?" Ron questioned. "You mean, Kryptonians," Cal finished quietly. "Or beings like them?" "Precisely," Dumbledore confirmed. According to records from multiple magical traditions, centaur astronomy, goblin histories, even certain restricted texts in the Department of Mysteries, Earth has received visitors from distant stars throughout its history. "And these visitors affected Earth's magic somehow?" Harry asked. "Not affected, helped create it," Firenze corrected. "The oldest centaur teachings speak of star energies merging with Earth's natural forces, creating what wizards now call magic." The implications landed heavily in the room. Cal looked stunned, while Hermione's mind raced through theoretical possibilities. "You're suggesting that magic itself, at least partially, might have extraterrestrial origins," she clarified. "More accurately, magical energy as we understand it may represent an ancient fusion between Earth's natural energy fields and cosmic radiation from certain star systems," Dumbledore explained. "Including, we now believe, the Krypton system." Cal paced the office, absorbing this revelation. "That would explain why I developed magical abilities despite Kryptonians not being naturally magical. Earth's magical field interacting with my Kryptonian biology triggered latent connections." And why the kryptonite in the forest affected Hermione so dramatically, Harry added, pieces falling into place. It wasn't just radiation poisoning, it was reactivating some ancient energy connection. But what does this have to do with the current disturbances? Ron asked practically. Dumbledore's expression grew graver. The prophecy about starborn power merging with Earth magic wasn't merely about Mr. Kent and Miss Granger's individual connection. Their unique energy exchange appears to have triggered a larger awakening, a reopening of cosmic pathways that have remained dormant for millennia. Pathways to what exactly? Hermione pressed. To other worlds, Firenze answered simply. Including, perhaps, remnants of Krypton itself. Cal froze. That's impossible. Krypton was completely destroyed. Nothing survived except, he stopped abruptly. Except what, Mr. Kent? McGonagall prompted. Except the Phantom Zone, Cal said quietly. A dimensional prison created by Kryptonian scientists. It exists outside normal spacetime. If pathways between worlds are opening. The implication hung heavily in the air. Could something escape this Phantom Zone? Snape asked, speaking for the first time. If the barriers between dimensions are weakening? Potentially. Cal's expression darkened. And anything imprisoned there would be extremely dangerous. So we have worldwide magical disruption, potentially opening doors to an alien prison dimension, Harry summarized grimly. Wonderful. What's the plan? First, we must locate the primary nexus points where these cosmic pathways are manifesting most strongly, Dumbledore said. Professor Sinistra and Firenze have identified 3 major convergence locations based on astronomical alignments. The same regions showing the strongest disruptions, Hermione realized. South America, Northern Europe, and the Pacific. Correct. Teams of specialists are already investigating the South American and Pacific sites. Dumbledore turned to them. The Northern European nexus, however, presents unique challenges. It appears to be directly connected to the initial kryptonite magic interaction that occurred here at Hogwarts. You want us to investigate it, Cal concluded. Your combined abilities make you uniquely qualified, Dumbledore confirmed. No one else possesses both Kryptonian energy sensitivity and magical perception enhanced by kryptonite exposure. When do we leave? Hermione asked, already mentally cataloging necessary preparations. Tomorrow morning. The nexus appears to be located in the Norwegian Sea, near an uninhabited island with ancient magical significance. Dumbledore handed her a folder containing maps and preliminary data. The Ministry is providing transportation to the general region, though the final approach will require your particular talents. As they reviewed the mission details, a sharp chime sounded from one of Dumbledore's silver instruments. McGonagall moved quickly to examine it. Albus, she said with unusual urgency. The Ministry has just reported a security breach at the holding facility. Luther, Cal and Hermione said simultaneously. Escaped? Harry asked. Not exactly, McGonagall replied, reading the message. According to this, he's still in his cell, but something bypassed all magical protections and delivered a package directly to him. The guards couldn't stop it, it moved too quickly for their defensive spells. What kind of package? Cal pressed. Unknown. By the time security responded, he had already activated whatever it contained. McGonagall looked up with concern. The message says strange energy readings are now emanating from his cell, similar to those recorded at his research facility. He planned this, Hermione realized. The calm acceptance, the waiting, he knew someone would extract him. Or something, Cal added grimly. We need to get back to the Ministry immediately. Go, Dumbledore agreed. But remember, whatever Mr. Luther's immediate plans, the Nexus investigation cannot be delayed. The convergence is accelerating regardless of his activities. As they rushed from the office, Cal caught Hermione's hand. I have a bad feeling about this, he said quietly. If Luther's tapping into the same cosmic pathways we just learned about, then we're no longer just dealing with kryptonite magic interaction, she finished his thought. He could be opening a door to something much worse. The ministry holding facility was in chaos when they arrived. Magical alarms blared as security personnel and Aurors rushed through corridors, reinforcing protections and evacuating non-essential staff. What happened? Harry demanded as they were met by Kingsley Shacklebolt, whose usual calm seemed strained. Something we've never encountered before, Kingsley replied, leading them toward the high-security section. The package delivered to Luther contained what appeared to be a small crystal device. When activated, it created some kind of energy field that our containment spells couldn't penetrate. And Luther? Cal asked. Still there, as far as we can tell. But he's not alone anymore. They reached the observation room overlooking Luther's cell and stopped in shock. The cell itself appeared intact, but now contained what could only be described as a tear in reality, a pulsing rift of energy that fluctuated between deep blue and vivid green. Luther stood before it, conversing calmly with a figure that had partially emerged from the portal. Is that? Ron began. Another Kryptonian, Cal confirmed, his expression a mix of disbelief and caution. The physiological structure is unmistakable. Through the enchanted glass, they could see Luther gesturing animatedly while the figure, only visible from behind, nodded occasionally. The rift pulsed with each movement, expanding slightly before contracting again. We need to get in there, Cal decided. Whatever Luther's planning with another Kryptonian, wait, Hermione interrupted, studying the energy patterns. That rift isn't stable. Disrupting it could cause a catastrophic collapse of the dimensional boundaries. So we just watch? Harry asked incredulously. No, we approach carefully. Hermione removed her regulatory bracelet, allowing her kryptonite-infused magic to flow freely. I might be able to stabilize the energy field long enough for Cal to assess the situation. Kingsley looked hesitant but nodded. Our containment teams have been unable to breach the new energy field. If you can get through safely. We'll need backup ready, Cal instructed. But no one enters until we signal it's safe. They approached the cell's entrance, where ministry specialists worked frantically to analyze the energy barrier now preventing access. Hermione could see what they couldn't. The barrier wasn't simply blocking the doorway but altering the dimensional properties of the threshold itself. It's a frequency lock, she explained, examining the energy pattern. Tuned specifically to Kryptonian cellular resonance. Only someone with that exact energy signature could pass through safely. Like me, Cal noted. Or whoever Luther's speaking with, she added. But I think I can create a harmonic bridge with my hybrid energy. It won't last long, but should allow us both to pass through temporarily. Cal nodded, understanding her plan without needing further explanation. Their training together had created an intuitive connection that transcended normal communication. Hermione placed her hands on the barrier, feeling the energy resist, then recognized the kryptonite component in her magical signature. Carefully, she manipulated the flow, creating interference patterns that gradually synchronized with the barrier's frequency. Now, she whispered as a section of the field briefly harmonized with her energy. They stepped through together, the barrier rippling around them like heavy liquid before solidifying again behind them. Inside the cell, Luther turned at their entrance, his expression revealing momentary surprise before settling into calculated amusement. Right on schedule, he commented. I was just explaining to my new associate how predictably you respond to perceived threats. The figure turned, and Cal froze in shock. Kara. The woman, blonde, wearing what appeared to be Kryptonian attire similar to Cal's family designs but with distinct differences, studied him with equal surprise. Kal-El, she responded, her accent giving the name slightly different inflections than Cal typically used. You survived. How is this possible? I was about to ask you the same thing, Cal replied cautiously, shifting subtly into a defensive posture. Who are you exactly? Kara Zor-El. Your father Jor-El was my uncle. I was sent to protect you after Krypton's destruction, but my ship was knocked off course. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Though you seem to have grown considerably since I last saw you as an infant. Time dilation, Luther interjected smoothly. Her ship was trapped in a region where time passed differently. Fascinating physics, really. Hermione studied the rift behind Kara with growing concern. This portal isn't natural. Even with the cosmic pathways opening, creating a stable dimensional rift would require enormous power. Power I acquired through studying your unique energy signature, Miss Granger, Luther acknowledged. Your transformation provided the final piece needed to understand how Kryptonian and magical energies could be precisely manipulated. You used our magical facility readings to build this, she realized. That's why you seemed so calm in custody, you weren't waiting to escape. You were gathering data. Multiverse theory is so much more fascinating when practical applications become possible, Luther replied with unsettling enthusiasm. Especially when one discovers pockets of reality where fragments of destroyed worlds still exist. Cal's attention remained fixed on Kara, clearly struggling between hope and suspicion. If you're really my cousin, you'd know something only a member of the House of L would know. Your Kryptonian name translates to Star Child, Kara replied without hesitation. Your mother, Lara, chose it after seeing Rao's light reflect in your eyes at birth. She said you carried the stars within you. The tension in Cal's shoulders eased slightly, though caution remained in his stance. The rift you came through, where does it lead? A fragment of Kryptonian space caught between dimensions when our world exploded, Kara explained. Not Krypton itself, but a bubble of reality containing technology and knowledge from our world. I found myself there after my ship was displaced from its intended course. And now Mr. Luther has kindly provided a way for me to complete my mission, finding and protecting you, she added, taking a step toward Cal. Something in her movement triggered Hermione's suspicions. The energy patterns around Kara didn't flow naturally, they seemed too perfect, too controlled. And the rift behind her wasn't stabilizing as expected with her emergence, instead, it was gradually expanding. Cal, she said quietly, something's not right. The dimensional boundaries are weakening, not stabilizing. Before Cal could respond, Luther pressed a control on a device concealed in his palm. The rift pulsed violently, expanding to twice its previous size. I've enjoyed this family reunion, he said, backing toward the portal, but I believe my actual associate is ready to join us now. The rift flared blindingly bright, and a second figure emerged, this one distinctly not Kryptonian. Tall, gaunt, with gray skin and eyes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, the being radiated cold malevolence. Kal-El of Krypton, it spoke, voice resonating oddly as if coming from multiple sources simultaneously. Son of my jailer. How fitting to find you on this primitive world. Cal's expression hardened with recognition. Namek. Phantom Zone criminal. My father sentenced you to eternal imprisonment for crimes against Kryptonian colonies. Crimes? The being laughed coldly. I merely sought to elevate lesser species through genetic experimentation. Your father's primitive ethics condemned scientific progress. He preserved your life instead of executing you, Cal countered. A mercy you didn't deserve. Namek turned to Luther with cruel amusement. You were correct about the son's self-righteousness. He mimics Jor-El perfectly. Philosophical disagreements aside, Luther interjected smoothly, we have a schedule to maintain. The convergence waits for no one. Hermione had been quietly analyzing the energy patterns while they spoke, and now saw Luther's true plan with horrifying clarity. You're not just opening a portal to rescue Kara or release Namek, she said. You're using the rift to accelerate the cosmic convergence process. Perceptive as always, Miss Granger, Luther acknowledged. The natural convergence might take decades to complete. By creating artificial nexus points, we can achieve total integration within days. Integration of what? Cal demanded. Phantom Zone energy with Earth's magical field, Namek answered, grinning to reveal two sharp teeth. Creating a new hybrid reality where beings like me can exist fully in your dimension while maintaining our unique capabilities. You'd destabilize Earth's entire magical infrastructure, Hermione protested. Billions would die in the process. Progress requires sacrifice, Luther replied without remorse. The survivors will inhabit a new world of unprecedented power. Cal moved with super speed, attempting to disable the portal device in Luther's hand, but Kara intercepted him with matching velocity. Her strength seemed equal to his as they collided, the impact sending shockwaves through the cell. "You're not as Kryptonian as you appear," Cal observed, breaking from the grapple to reassess his opponent. "A genetically perfected hybrid," Namek explained proudly. "Created from Kara's DNA combined with Phantom Zone energy. Beautiful, isn't she? All the strength of Krypton with none of its moral weaknesses." The false Kara smiled coldly, her eyes glowing not with heat vision but with unsettling green energy. "Your father designed the Phantom Zone as a prison. We've transformed it into a laboratory of evolution." Hermione hadn't remained idle during this exchange. Carefully channeling her kryptonite-infused magic, she created a containment field around the expanding rift, attempting to slow its growth while simultaneously signaling the Ministry forces outside. Namek noticed her efforts immediately. "The hybrid human," he observed with disturbing interest. Luther explained your transformation. "A fascinating spontaneous adaptation to Kryptonian energy. One that makes her particularly valuable for our next phase," Luther added. "Her energy signature contains the precise kryptonite magic resonance needed to stabilize the larger convergence points." Understanding dawned with chilling clarity. They didn't just want to escape. They needed Hermione to complete whatever worldwide transformation they had planned. The containment barrier shattered as Aurors finally breached the outer defenses, pouring into the cell with wands raised. Namek reacted with frightening speed, unleashing energy tendrils from his fingertips that incapacitated the first wave of Ministry forces before they could cast a single spell. "Such primitive defenses," he commented dismissively. "Even your magic is underdeveloped compared to what it could become." Cal engaged the false Kara again, their battle moving so quickly that only Hermione's enhanced perception could follow it. But where Cal showed restraint, fighting defensively within the confined space to avoid collateral damage, his opponent attacked with ruthless efficiency, unconcerned with the humans around them. Hermione focused on Luther, recognizing him as the tactical link between Namek's power and its strategic application. "Harry, Ron," she called to her friends who had entered with the Aurors. "Target Luther's control device." They responded immediately, coordinated spellwork converging on Luther from multiple angles. Though his suit provided considerable magical protection, the combined assault forced him to divert attention from the rift controls. The portal fluctuated, momentarily destabilizing without Luther's constant adjustments. Namek snarled in frustration, abandoning his casual dismissal of the wizards to focus on Hermione directly. "You understand the energies at play," he hissed, moving toward her with predatory intent. "Your body has already begun the transformation our process would complete globally." "Not interested in your sales pitch," Hermione replied, channeling her energy into a defensive configuration Cal had helped her develop, a field that combined magical shielding with kryptonite disruption specifically calibrated against Kryptonian-derived biology. Namek hit the shield and recoiled, genuine surprise registering on his alien features. "Fascinating adaptation," he observed, recovering quickly. "You've weaponized your contamination quite effectively." Before he could attack again, Cal broke free from his battle with false Kara, positioning himself between Hermione and Namek. "Whatever you're planning ends now," Cal declared, eyes glowing with heat vision ready to deploy. "The Ministry has already alerted international magical authorities about the rifts. Your other nexus points will be contained." "Unlikely," Luther responded, having regained control of his device despite Harry and Ron's continued assault. "The South American and Pacific sites activated 20 minutes ago. This facility was merely the final trigger point." As if confirming his claim, a magical alert chimed from one of the Auror's communication devices. "Multiple dimensional breaches detected," the Auror reported. International Confederation reports simultaneous rift formations at all identified nexus locations. You see. Always one step behind, Luther taunted. While you focused on containing me here, our associates were preparing the primary convergence chambers worldwide. The rift behind them pulsed dramatically, expanding to fill nearly half the cell. Through it, Hermione glimpsed what appeared to be a vast, twilight realm filled with angular structures and swirling energy patterns, the Phantom Zone, she realized, or some fragment of it merged with Kryptonian technology. We have what we came for, Namek told Luther. The activation sequence is complete. Whether they follow or not is irrelevant now. Luther nodded, backing toward the portal. Indeed. Though Miss Granger's willing participation would simplify the final calibration considerably. Not happening, Hermione stated firmly, maintaining her energy shield while scanning for weaknesses in the rift structure. The false Kara suddenly disengaged from the fight, moving to Namek's side with unnerving synchronicity. The convergence energy builds, she reported. Earth's magical field is beginning to destabilize along predicted patterns. Then our work here is done, Namek concluded, turning toward the rift. Coming, Lex. Your new laboratory awaits on the other side. After you, Luther replied smoothly. I'll ensure our pursuers are properly delayed. As Namek and the false Kara stepped through the portal, Luther activated one final control sequence. The cell's containment fields inverted, suddenly trapping the magical energy of the Auror spells within a feedback loop that amplified destructively. The facility's magical infrastructure will overload in approximately 3 minutes, he announced calmly. Sufficient time for those who abandon pursuit to evacuate, but not enough to follow and stop the convergence. He offered a mocking salute. Until our next encounter, Kal-El, Miss Granger. With that, he stepped backward into the rift, which immediately began to contract now that its primary purpose had been fulfilled. The portal's closing. Harry shouted as magical alarms blared throughout the facility. And this place is about to magically detonate, Ron added urgently. We need to evacuate. Cal caught Hermione's eye, silent communication passing between them. They'd prepared for scenarios like this during their training, separation decisions where mission requirements conflicted with safety concerns. Get everyone out, Cal told Harry and Ron firmly. We're going through. Are you mental? Ron protested. That's a bleeding portal to alien prison dimension. It's also the only way to stop whatever convergence process they've initiated, Hermione countered, already moving toward the shrinking rift. The nexus points are connected. We can potentially shut down the entire network from inside. Harry understood immediately. How long until the worldwide convergence completes? Hours at most, based on Luther's confidence, Cal estimated. We need to move now while the portal remains viable. We'll coordinate from this side, Harry promised. Find whatever's generating the rifts and destroy it. We'll handle containment here as long as possible. The facility shuddered as magical systems began to overload. Aurors were already evacuating personnel, creating orderly but urgent movement through the corridors. Ready? Cal asked Hermione, taking her hand as they faced the contracting portal. Together, she replied with determined confidence. They leapt through just as the rift narrowed to its final dimensions, the strange transitional energy washing over them as they passed from Earth's reality into something altogether different. The Phantom Zone fragment was unlike anything Hermione had imagined. Not the prison dimension she had expected, but a construct, part Kryptonian technology, part Phantom Zone energy, creating a space that existed between realities rather than fully in either. Crystal structures reminiscent of Kryptonian architecture rose at impossible angles, their surfaces reflecting light that seemed to have no source. The sky above swirled with energy patterns similar to the northern lights, but in colors that shouldn't exist in normal space. This isn't the true Phantom Zone, Cal observed, scanning their surroundings. It's some kind of interface environment Namek created using salvaged Kryptonian technology. A staging area for their invasion, Hermione suggested, studying the energy flows with her enhanced perception. Look, those structures are generating directional fields toward Earth. Cal followed her gaze to crystalline towers pulsing with energy that streamed upward before arcing toward what appeared to be viewing portals showing the three nexus locations, the Norwegian Sea, a mountaintop in Peru, and a remote island in the Pacific. They've created artificial pathways connected to Earth's natural convergence points, he confirmed. Accelerating and redirecting the energy to suit their purposes. Can you hear them? Luther and the others? Cal focused his super hearing, filtering through the strange acoustic properties of the environment. This way, he said after a moment. They're in what sounds like a control center about half a mile through that structure. They moved cautiously through the crystalline landscape, Hermione maintaining a low-level energy field around them that harmonized with the ambient frequencies, effectively masking their presence from automated detection systems. Cal's enhanced senses provided advance warning of patrol routes. Apparently Namek had brought more than just the false Kara through earlier rifts. Phantom Zone escapees, Cal explained quietly as they concealed themselves from a passing group of gray-skinned beings. Criminals my father and the Science Council imprisoned decades ago. Namek has been building an army. For what purpose exactly? Hermione whispered. Conquest? Revenge? Experimentation, most likely, Cal replied grimly. Namek was imprisoned for illegal genetic modification, trying to perfect species by combining them with Phantom Zone energy, creating hybrids like the false Kara. And now he wants to transform Earth's magical field to make it compatible with Phantom Zone energy, Hermione concluded. Creating an environment where his experiments can exist in our world. While simultaneously giving him access to an entirely new energy source to manipulate, magic, Cal added. Something Kryptonians never fully understood or controlled. They reached a vantage point overlooking what was clearly the central control complex, a massive crystalline structure where energy from the entire construct converged before streaming toward the Earth portals. Inside, they could see Luther, Namek, and several other figures monitoring control panels and adjustment mechanisms. There, Hermione pointed to a central crystal column pulsing with intense energy. That's the primary convergence regulator. It's channeling energy from this realm into the nexus points, forcing the cosmic pathways open wider than naturally possible. Can you disrupt it? Cal asked, assessing defensive positions and threat variables. Hermione studied the energy patterns, recognizing components similar to her own hybrid signature. Yes, but not from here. I'd need direct access to the control interface. The resonance frequencies are specifically calibrated to resist external interference. Then we go in directly, Cal decided. But we'll need a distraction first. They formulated a plan quickly, drawing on their established combat synchronicity and complementary abilities. Cal would create a diversion by targeting secondary energy relays visible on the facility's exterior, while Hermione used the resulting confusion to infiltrate the control center and reach the convergence regulator. Remember, Cal cautioned as they prepared to separate, Namek and the false Kara both possess Kryptonian-level abilities, but without Kryptonian moral restraints. They won't hesitate to kill. And Luther will have planned for both of us, Hermione added. He studied our abilities extensively. Which is why we do something he won't expect. Cal smiled grimly. We don't try to defeat them, just disrupt the convergence process long enough for Earth's magical authorities to contain the nexus points from their side. Hermione nodded understanding. A holding action, not a final confrontation. Exactly. Ready? Ready. Cal squeezed her hand once before launching skyward, drawing on his full Kryptonian abilities without the usual restraint necessary on Earth. His heat vision targeted the external relay nodes with pinpoint accuracy, creating a cascade of energy disruptions that immediately triggered alarm systems throughout the complex. As security forces rushed to respond to the unexpected attack, Hermione moved with practiced stealth enhanced by magical concealment. Her hybrid energy signature, properly modulated, registered as background radiation to the facility's detection systems, allowing her to slip past automated defenses. Inside the control center, chaos erupted as monitoring stations reported multiple system failures. Luther directed response teams with calculated precision while Namek observed the disruption with predatory focus. Kal-El creates a diversion, the alien criminal noted calmly. Which means his human companion attempts infiltration. Predictable strategy. But effective if we divert resources unnecessarily, Luther countered. Maintain primary convergence protocols. The Earth nexus points are already 80% synchronized. Full integration will proceed regardless of peripheral damage. Hermione, concealed behind a crystalline support structure, assessed her approach options. The central regulator stood on an elevated platform, surrounded by energy fields that would immediately detect conventional movement. But her hybrid energy might allow passage if properly aligned with the system's base frequency. Carefully, she tuned her kryptonite-infused magic to match the regulator's resonance pattern, creating a harmonic overlap that should render her effectively invisible to its defensive measures. The process required intense concentration, especially while maintaining situational awareness of the activity around her. Outside, Cal's diversion intensified as he engaged directly with security forces. The false Kara joined the defense, their battle visible through monitoring crystals that displayed external feeds. Though outnumbered, Cal's years of experience with his abilities gave him tactical advantages the recently created hybrid lacked. Hermione seized the opportunity provided by the distraction, moving toward the regulator in carefully timed increments that synchronized with the facility's energy pulses. When she finally reached the central platform, she immediately recognized the control interface, similar to designs she'd seen in Luther's research facility but vastly more sophisticated. The regulator's crystalline surface responded to her touch, recognizing the kryptonite component in her energy signature as authorized input. Display glyphs appeared, showing status indicators for the 3 Earth nexus points, all approaching critical convergence thresholds. "I wouldn't adjust those settings if I were you, Miss Granger," came Luther's voice from directly behind her. "The calibration is extraordinarily precise. One mistake could accelerate the very process you're trying to prevent." Hermione turned to find Luther watching her with clinical interest, making no move to sound an alarm or physically stop her. His confidence was more unsettling than any threat could have been. "You knew we'd follow you through the portal," she stated, continuing to analyze the regulator controls even as she engaged him verbally. "This was part of your plan all along." "Not specifically, but I did account for the possibility," Luther acknowledged. "Your presence here is neither necessary nor particularly problematic. The convergence has advanced beyond the point where individual actions can significantly alter its outcome. Then why confront me instead of alerting Namek?" "Intellectual curiosity," Luther replied with disturbing sincerity. "Your transformation represents the most successful human adaptation to Kryptonian energy ever documented. Significantly more elegant than Namek's brute force genetic modifications." "I'm not one of your research subjects," Hermione said coldly, subtly adjusting her position to access a different section of the control interface. "Everyone is a research subject in the proper context," Luther countered. "Including yourself. I've observed your methodical investigation of your own changing abilities. The scientist in you can't resist analyzing the transformation, even as you fight its source." His assessment was uncomfortably accurate. Even now, part of her mind continued documenting the strange resonance patterns of the regulator, comparing them to her own hybrid energy for future reference. "The difference," she replied, "is consent and purpose. I study my condition to help people. You experiment on others to gain power." A simplistic moral distinction, Luther dismissed. Power properly applied becomes help. The convergence will ultimately benefit humanity by introducing new energy paradigms, new evolutionary possibilities. After killing millions in the transition process, Hermione challenged. Luther shrugged slightly. "Evolution has never been gentle. But those who survive will inhabit a world of unprecedented potential." While he spoke, Hermione had been carefully aligning her energy signature with specific control nodes, creating subtle interference patterns that wouldn't register as direct sabotage. The Earth Nexus indicators flickered almost imperceptibly as her adjustments began affecting transmission stability. "I see what you're attempting," Luther observed, though he still made no move to stop her. "Clever, but insufficient. The system has redundancies specifically designed to compensate for resonance disruption." "Then why allow me to continue?" Hermione asked, genuinely curious despite the circumstances. "Because your particular energy signature provides valuable calibration data, even in opposition," he explained. "The system learns from your interference attempts, adapting its protocols to accommodate similar disruptions from Earth's magical authorities." The realization struck her with chilling clarity. Her very efforts to sabotage the convergence were being used to strengthen it against similar counterattacks from outside. Before she could adjust her strategy, a massive impact shook the entire facility. Monitoring crystals showed Cal had breached the outer defenses entirely, now battling both the false Kara and Namek simultaneously near the primary power distribution hub. Luther glanced at the display with mild concern. "It seems Kal-El has escalated beyond our containment parameters. Unfortunate, but not critical at this stage." Hermione seized the momentary distraction to implement her actual plan, not the subtle sabotage Luther had detected, but a direct energy transfer from her core to the regulator's primary matrix. The kryptonite-infused magic flowing through her veins contained unique properties the system recognized as authorized input but couldn't properly process in large quantities. The regulator crystal flared brilliant green as her energy flooded its circuits, creating cascading overloads through subsystems not designed to handle such hybrid power. Alarm glyphs appeared across the interface as nexus point synchronization began fluctuating wildly. "What have you done?" Luther demanded, genuine alarm replacing his usual calculated composure. "Created resonance cascade," Hermione explained, maintaining the energy transfer despite the substantial drain on her resources. "My hybrid signature contains both elements your system expects, but in configurations it can't properly regulate." Namek appeared at the chamber entrance, immediately assessing the situation within human perception. "The convergence destabilizes," he snarled. "The human hybrid corrupts the regulator matrix." "It can be contained," Luther insisted, moving to auxiliary controls. "Isolate the affected subsystems and, no time," Namek cut him off with cold efficiency. "We implement emergency protocols. Accelerate final convergence immediately, sacrifice stability for completion." The alien criminal activated override commands, forcing the system to channel maximum energy through increasingly unstable pathways. The monitoring crystals showed Earth's nexus points flaring with dangerous intensity as the accelerated process strained dimensional boundaries beyond their tolerance limits. "You'll rupture the barriers completely," Hermione warned, recognizing the catastrophic pattern forming. "Uncontrolled dimensional collapse." "Acceptable risk," Namek replied without hesitation. "Better partial convergence than complete failure." Outside, Cal had fought his way to the facility's power core, engaging the false Kara in combat that shook the crystalline structures around them. Their battle had escalated to maximum intensity, both combatants utilizing their full capabilities without restraint. Through their connection, Hermione sensed Cal's intention, not to defeat his opponent, but to damage the power distribution systems in precise ways that would complement her sabotage of the control interface. They were creating synchronized disruption points that, properly timed, could potentially collapse the entire convergence network. "Cal," she called through their energy link, knowing he could hear her even across the facility. "Emergency acceleration initiated. Structural integrity compromised. We need simultaneous disruption." He acknowledged wordlessly, a subtle shift in his energy signature that she recognized as confirmation. Their months of training together had created communication channels beyond normal perception, a synthesis of Kryptonian cellular resonance and magical energy transference. Namek suddenly focused on Hermione with predatory intensity. "You coordinate with Kal-El through energy resonance," he observed with disturbing academic interest. "Fascinating adaptation. Your combined potential exceeds my projections." "Your projections are about to fail catastrophically," Hermione replied, continuing to flood the regulator with destabilizing energy. The Earth nexus points are collapsing. The convergence can't sustain this acceleration. Perhaps not as originally designed, Namek acknowledged, approaching with unnatural fluid movement. But your presence offers an alternative methodology. Before she could react, he seized her with inhuman speed, his grip painfully tight around her arms. Your hybrid energy provides the perfect interface medium, better than any technology we could develop. Let her go, came Cal's voice from the chamber entrance. He stood there, battle-worn but undefeated, the false Kara nowhere in sight. Your counterfeit cousin has been temporarily decommissioned, Cal explained, moving forward with controlled purpose. Release Hermione now. You misunderstand the situation, son of Jor-El, Namek replied, maintaining his grip on Hermione. Your companion isn't my prisoner, she's the solution to our convergence instability. Don't listen to him, Cal, Hermione warned, struggling against Namek's supernatural strength. He's trying to use my energy signature to restabilize the system. Luther, who had been working frantically at auxiliary controls, looked up with sudden understanding. Of course. Direct biological interface rather than technological mediation. Namek's specialty. The human hybrid's unique energy composition contains perfect resonance patterns for both realities, Namek confirmed. Through her, we can stabilize the accelerated convergence. By sacrificing her in the process, Cal concluded grimly. Not happening. He moved with super speed, but Namek anticipated the attack, using Hermione as both shield and hostage. One step closer and I channel Phantom Zone energy directly into her cells. Even her adaptive biology cannot survive such exposure. The facility shuddered violently as the overtaxed systems approached critical failure. Monitoring crystals showed Earth's nexus points fluctuating dangerously, dimensional boundaries thinning beyond safe parameters. The convergence collapses regardless of your actions, Hermione told Namek, leveraging her scientific understanding against his plans. Your acceleration protocols have created irreversible cascade failures throughout the network. Containable with proper interface medium, he insisted, dragging her toward the regulator. Your hybrid physiology provides necessary stabilization framework. Cal caught Hermione's eye, silent communication passing between them as they had practiced so many times. She understood immediately, adjusting her energy output to create a specific interference pattern while giving no outward sign of their coordination. The Phantom Zone was created as a prison for beings like you, Cal addressed Namek, deliberately drawing his attention. My father designed it to contain your corruption, prevent it from spreading to innocent worlds. Your father was a scientific coward, Namek spat, genuine emotion breaking through his calculated exterior for the first time. He refused to embrace evolution's necessary sacrifices. The weak must give way to the strong, a natural law Jor-El was too sentimental to accept. He understood something you never could, Cal countered, subtly shifting position as he spoke. True strength comes from protecting others, not exploiting them. While Namek's focus remained on Cal, Hermione implemented their plan. A controlled energy surged through her kryptonite-infused magical core, creating a localized disruption field that momentarily interfered with Namek's Phantom Zone-enhanced biology. The alien criminal faltered just long enough for Cal to move, crossing the distance between them in microseconds. Rather than attacking Namek directly, he placed his hands on the regulator crystal alongside Hermione's, their energies combining in precise alignment. The result was immediate and dramatic. Their synchronized power created a feedback loop through the convergence network, sending harmonic disruption waves to all three Earth nexus points simultaneously. The monitoring crystals showed the artificial pathways collapsing inward, dimensional breaches contracting as Earth's natural magical fields reasserted their integrity. No. Namek snarled, attempting to separate them from the regulator. But their combined energy had created a protective field he couldn't penetrate. Kryptonian cellular power merged with kryptonite-infused magic in perfect resonant harmony. Luther, recognizing the inevitable system collapse, backed toward an auxiliary exit. Fascinating conclusion, he observed with disturbing academic detachment. Suboptimal outcome but valuable experimental data nonetheless. The facility began disintegrating around them as the power network destabilized completely. Crystalline structures shattered, energy conduits ruptured, and the artificial environment that sustained the pocket dimension started breaking down. "We need to get back to Earth before the portal network fails completely," Cal urged, supporting Hermione as the energy drain took its toll. "Can you sense which pathway remains most stable?" Hermione focused her perception through the collapsing systems. "The Norwegian Nexus," she determined. "It's contracting slower than the others, possibly because it formed last." Namek had abandoned his direct attack, now frantically attempting to salvage critical systems. "This setback is temporary," he called to them as they moved toward the exit. "The natural convergence continues, Kal-El. What began today will complete in time, with or without my guidance." "Then we'll be ready," Cal responded, helping Hermione navigate the increasingly unstable environment. "Earth's protectors understand the threat now. Your invasion ends here." They made their way through the disintegrating facility, following energy signatures that led toward the Norwegian Nexus portal. Around them, Phantom Zone escapees and technical personnel fled in all directions, seeking alternative escape routes as the primary systems failed. "Luther's gone," Hermione noted as they reached the portal staging area. "Probably had a personal escape mechanism prepared." "He always does," Cal confirmed grimly. "But without Namek's technology and the convergence network, his immediate plans have been neutralized." The portal to the Norwegian Nexus pulsed unstably before them, dimensional boundaries fluctuating as Earth's natural magical fields reasserted dominance. Through the wavering aperture, they could see a storm-tossed island surrounded by churning seas, the physical location of the Nexus point. "It's collapsing quickly," Hermione observed, studying the energy patterns. "We might have one chance to pass through safely." Cal nodded understanding. "Together then." "Together," she agreed, taking his hand. They stepped through the destabilizing portal just as the facility behind them began its final collapse. Dimensional transition energy washed over them, momentarily disorienting but less severe than their passage into the Phantom Zone fragment. Then they were through, emerging onto rain-lashed stone as lightning cracked across skies that swirled with both natural and supernatural energies. The island around them radiated ancient magical power, clearly a site of significance long before Luther and Namek selected it for their convergence experiment. "Ministry containment teams," Cal noted, his enhanced vision piercing the storm to identify figures positioned around the island's perimeter. "They've established boundary wards to contain the Nexus energy." Hermione reached out with her magical senses, feeling the carefully constructed containment spell surrounding the area. Dumbledore's work, she recognized. Combined with international magical cooperation. They're guiding the convergence energy back into natural patterns. As the portal behind them finally collapsed completely, a brilliant pulse of green-tinged light shot skyward from the island's center, momentarily illuminating the entire region. Then, gradually, the magical disturbance began to subside, energy fields returning to normal configurations as the artificial convergence pathways dissolved. Ministry officials approached cautiously, wands ready but lowered upon recognizing them. Kingsley Shacklebolt led the group, his expression shifting from battle readiness to relief. "Hermione, Cal," he greeted them. "We weren't certain you'd find your way back. The other Nexus points collapsed 30 minutes ago. The Phantom Zone facility is destroyed," Cal reported. "And the artificial convergence network with it. Namek's immediate plans have been thwarted." "But not without cost," Kingsley noted, gesturing to the island around them, where residual energy patterns still flickered occasionally across stone structures. "The natural magical field has been significantly altered. We're still assessing the long-term effects." "The convergence was always going to happen," Hermione explained, drawing on her understanding of both the prophecy and the energy patterns she'd observed. "What Luther and Namek did was accelerate and weaponize a natural cosmic process. Natural or not, it's created quite the international magical incident," Kingsley informed them. "The International Confederation has called an emergency session. Dumbledore requests your presence at Hogwarts as soon as you're cleared by medical teams. As Ministry specialists examined them for dimensional contamination or injuries, Hermione leaned against Cal, the full impact of their ordeal finally registering as adrenaline subsided. "We actually did it," she said quietly. "Stopped a multidimensional invasion and prevented worldwide magical catastrophe." "Just another day at Hogwarts," Cal replied with tired humor, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. "Do you think Namek survived?" she asked after a moment. The facility was collapsing, but he seemed resourceful. "Possibly," Cal acknowledged. "And Luther definitely escaped. But their alliance has been disrupted, their plans set back significantly." "And the prophecy? About starborn power merging with Earth magic?" Cal considered this. "I think we've seen the beginning of what that truly means, not Luther's forced convergence, but a natural integration process that might take generations to complete properly. The cosmic pathways have been opened, even if the artificial acceleration failed. Which means Earth's magic and otherworldly energies will continue finding new ways to interact," Hermione concluded. "Including through us." He nodded thoughtfully. "Our connection may have been the catalyst, but the changes extend far beyond just us now. A responsibility we didn't ask for," she noted. "But one we're uniquely qualified to handle," he added, meeting her eyes with quiet confidence. As Ministry officials prepared transportation back to Hogwarts, they stood together at the island's edge, watching natural magical energy slowly reclaim the convergence site. Despite exhaustion, despite the certainty of challenges ahead, Hermione felt a profound sense of rightness standing beside this remarkable being from another world who had somehow become essential to her own. The stars above, momentarily visible as the storm clouds parted, seemed to pulse with renewed significance, no longer distant points of light, but connected to Earth through pathways both ancient and newly awakened, promising possibilities neither world had imagined alone. Hogwarts' Great Hall had been transformed into an impromptu international magical conference center. Representatives from wizarding governments worldwide gathered around expanded house tables, while magical creatures, centaurs, merepeople in special water spheres, even goblin delegates, occupied specially designated areas. At the center of this unprecedented gathering stood Dumbledore, coordinating the international magical response to what was now being called the Convergence Crisis. Monitoring crystals displayed magical field readings from around the globe, showing gradual stabilization as artificial disruption subsided and natural patterns reasserted themselves. "The immediate danger has passed," Dumbledore informed the assembly as Hermione and Cal entered. "Though we face significant aftermath management and long-term adaptation to altered magical fields in certain regions." Heads turned as they made their way toward the front, whispers following their progress. News of their role in stopping the Phantom Zone invasion had spread quickly through magical communities worldwide, adding another layer to their already complicated public profiles. "Miss Granger, Mr. Kent," Dumbledore acknowledged them formally. "Your first-hand account of events within the interdimensional facility would be invaluable to our understanding of what transpired." For the next hour, they provided detailed explanations to the assembled representatives, describing Namek's plans, the artificial convergence network, and the natural cosmic process that had been weaponized. Throughout their report, Hermione noticed magical researchers taking copious notes, particularly regarding her descriptions of hybrid energy interactions. So this Namek individual intended to transform Earth's magical field to make it compatible with Phantom Zone energy, clarified the American magical representative. "Essentially terraforming our reality to suit his species. While simultaneously gaining access to magical power, something Kryptonians never fully understood or controlled," Cal confirmed. "The combination would have given him unprecedented abilities in both dimensions." "And Luther?" asked a stern-faced witch from the British Ministry. "You believe he escaped before the facility collapsed?" "Almost certainly," Hermione replied. "His primary interest was scientific advancement rather than interdimensional conquest. He viewed the entire project as an experiment in energy manipulation." "A dangerous perspective," Dumbledore noted grimly. "Particularly in someone with Mr. Luther's resources and determination." After the formal debriefing concluded, the gathering transitioned to focused working groups addressing specific aspects of the aftermath. Hermione and Cal found themselves approached by a diverse collection of magical researchers, all eager to understand the hybrid energy signature she now exhibited. The integration of extraterrestrial radiation with human magical cores has never been documented, enthused a witch from the Department of Mysteries. The implications for magical theory are revolutionary. And concerning, added an older wizard with astronomical instruments adorning his robes. If cosmic energies can alter magical capabilities so fundamentally, what other transformations might be possible, or already occurring undetected? Before the questioning could become overwhelming, McGonagall intervened with her characteristic efficiency. Miss Granger and Mr. Kent have provided quite enough information for one day, she declared firmly. They require rest and recovery after their ordeal. As the professors shepherded them from the Great Hall, Hermione felt relief at escaping the scrutiny, however temporary the reprieve might be. Cal looked equally drained, the weight of responsibility evident in his posture despite his Kryptonian resilience. The minister wishes to speak with you both privately tomorrow, McGonagall informed them as they walked toward Gryffindor Tower. Along with representatives from the International Confederation's newly formed Extraterrestrial Magical Relations Division. That was quick, Hermione observed. The bureaucracy is moving with unusual efficiency. Nothing motivates magical governments quite like interdimensional invasion threats, McGonagall replied dryly. Though I suspect their interest extends beyond security concerns to the potential applications of your unique abilities. Cal nodded understanding. They want to study us. Among other possibilities, McGonagall confirmed. Dumbledore has already fielded inquiries about training programs for specially selected witches and wizards to develop hybrid abilities similar to Miss Granger's. That's ridiculous, Hermione protested. My transformation was accidental, possibly unique to my specific magical core interacting with kryptonite radiation under precise circumstances. It can't be reliably reproduced, and certainly shouldn't be, given the dangers involved. A perspective you would be wise to emphasize in tomorrow's meeting, McGonagall advised. Political entities rarely prioritize safety over potential power advantages. When they reached Gryffindor Tower, they found their friends waiting anxiously in the common room. Harry, Ron, Ginny, Neville, and Luna immediately surrounded them, bombarding them with questions and expressions of relief. You actually went to another dimension, Ron marveled. With alien criminals and everything. We were monitoring the magical disturbances from here, Neville explained. Professor Sprout's detection plants were going crazy, then suddenly calmed about the time you must have shut down that convergence thing. The blibbering humdingers sensed the dimensional thinning too, Luna added serenely. They're quite sensitive to cosmic pathway fluctuations, you know. For the next hour, they shared a more personal version of events with their friends, the dangers they'd faced, the strange environment of the Phantom Zone fragment, and the narrow escape as the facility collapsed. Throughout the retelling, Hermione noticed Harry watching Cal with newfound understanding and respect, clearly reassessing everything in light of his revealed Kryptonian nature. So what happens now? Ginny finally asked. With the whole cosmic convergence thing supposedly still happening naturally, just slower? Cal and Hermione exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them before Cal responded. We monitor the natural process, try to understand it better. The prophecy about starborn power merging with Earth magic seems to be unfolding regardless of Namek and Luther's interference. But not necessarily in the catastrophic way they tried to force, Hermione added. Natural convergence might bring gradual, beneficial changes to magical understanding rather than destructive transformation. And you too? Harry asked perceptively. What happens with the whole Kryptonian witch power couple situation? Hermione felt warmth rise to her cheeks as Cal took her hand openly. We figure that out together, she replied. One step at a time. As their friends eventually drifted off to bed, Cal and Hermione remained in the common room, watching embers glow in the fireplace. The events of the past week seemed almost dreamlike in the familiar comfort of Hogwarts, yet the evidence of their reality remained in every pulse of green energy beneath Hermione's skin, every shared glance that communicated without words. "I've been thinking," Cal said quietly, "about what comes next. Dealing with magical bureaucrats and researchers who want to study us?" Hermione suggested with a small smile. "Beyond that," he clarified. "Luther's still out there. Namek possibly survived. The natural convergence continues, even if the artificial acceleration failed. And I have responsibilities beyond Hogwarts, people who depend on Superman." Hermione nodded understanding. "You're thinking about leaving?" "Not immediately," he assured her. "But eventually, yes. I need to continue my work, protect people both as Cal Kent and Kal-El." "I understand that," she said sincerely. "I would never ask you to abandon your purpose. But I don't want to abandon us either," he continued, taking both her hands in his. "What we've discovered together, the connection between Kryptonian energy and Earth magic, between your brilliant mind and my strange heritage, it's too important to set aside." "So what are you suggesting?" Hermione asked, though something in his expression suggested she already knew. "A partnership that continues beyond Hogwarts," Cal proposed. "Your magical expertise combined with my abilities, working together to understand the convergence, protect both worlds, and maybe, build something new between them." "A pretty ambitious agenda," she observed, though her heart raced at the possibilities he described. "We did just prevent an interdimensional invasion," he reminded her with a smile. "I think we've earned some ambition." Hermione considered this vision of their shared future, challenging, uncertain, but filled with discovery and purpose. "I'd need to complete my magical education," she noted practically. "And there's Voldemort to deal with, I can't abandon Harry in that fight." "Of course not," Cal agreed immediately. "I wouldn't ask you to. In fact, I want to help with that too, however I can. But afterward, or even alongside that struggle, we create something new," Hermione finished his thought. "A bridge between worlds, like the prophecy suggested." "Exactly," Cal's eyes lit with enthusiasm. "Not just between Krypton and Earth, but between magical and non-magical understanding. Between science and mysticism." The vision resonated deeply with Hermione's own desires, to connect different aspects of knowledge, to build understanding across artificial divisions. And to do so alongside someone who truly saw and valued all aspects of her being, as she did his. "I think," she said slowly, "that sounds like exactly the kind of impossible challenge we're uniquely qualified to tackle." His smile brightened the dimly lit common room more effectively than any spell could have. "Together? Always together," she confirmed, leaning forward to seal the promise with a kiss. The Ministry's formal response to the convergence crisis unfolded over subsequent weeks with uncharacteristic coordination and openness. Under Dumbledore's guidance, an international task force was established to monitor dimensional stability at former nexus points and study the ongoing natural convergence process. Hermione and Cal found themselves simultaneously celebrated as heroes and treated as research subjects of unprecedented interest. Every magical research department worldwide requested interviews, energy samples, and demonstration of their unique abilities. Dumbledore ran effective interference, ensuring they maintained agency over how and when they participated in such inquiries. "Your privacy and autonomy remain paramount," he assured them during a private meeting in his office. "Though I hope you'll consider selectively sharing your knowledge with appropriate researchers. The understanding you've gained through direct experience cannot be replicated through conventional study." "We've discussed it," Hermione confirmed. "And agreed to limited collaboration with researchers we trust, under strict ethical guidelines." "Excellent," Dumbledore nodded approvingly. "And your plans beyond Hogwarts?" "I sense young Mr. Kent feels responsibilities calling him elsewhere." Cal nodded. "I need to return to my other life eventually. People who depend on me, family who worries about me. Though we've developed ideas for maintaining our partnership despite geographical separation," Hermione added. Magical transportation makes international collaboration much more feasible. Indeed it does, Dumbledore's eyes twinkled with approval. And I suspect Miss Granger's unique energy signature now allows her to perceive and navigate certain cosmic pathways that might further reduce such distances. Hermione started slightly at the observation. She had indeed noticed her ability to sense what seemed like shortcuts through space, though she'd only begun experimenting with them under Cal's protective supervision. The natural convergence creates opportunities as well as challenges, Dumbledore continued. New understanding, new capabilities, new connections between worlds previously separated by ignorance or fear. That's what we hope to explore, Cal confirmed. Not just for ourselves, but to establish frameworks for others who might find themselves at similar intersections of different realities. A sanctuary of sorts, Hermione elaborated. For beings caught between worlds, whether magical and muggle, terrestrial and extraterrestrial, or other divisions we haven't yet imagined. Dumbledore regarded them with genuine pride. I can think of no worthier purpose, nor individuals better suited to pioneer such a path. As spring advanced toward summer, Hogwarts gradually returned to its normal rhythms. The magical disturbances stabilized into new patterns that magical creatures and certain sensitive wizards could perceive but which no longer threatened global stability. Luther remained at large, his whereabouts unknown despite international magical law enforcement efforts. On a warm June evening, Hermione and Cal stood atop the astronomy tower where their journey together had truly begun, where he had first revealed his alien nature and she had first promised to help him understand his developing magic. Hard to believe it's only been one school year, Hermione observed, leaning against the parapet beside him. So much has changed. Including us, Cal agreed, watching the sunset paint the Scottish Highlands in golden light. When I arrived at Hogwarts, I was just trying to control unexpected magical abilities, keep my head down, avoid drawing attention. And I was determined to maintain perfect academic focus, prove myself through flawless performance, ignore distractions like mysterious transfer students with inexplicable abilities, Hermione added with a smile. We had such sensible, limited goals, Cal laughed. Before accidentally triggering cosmic convergence and preventing interdimensional invasion. Just slightly off our original study schedule, Hermione agreed dryly. They fell into comfortable silence, watching stars gradually appear in the darkening sky. For Cal, those distant points of light now held new significance, not just reminders of his lost homeworld, but connective threads in a universe more interwoven than he had previously understood. I received a message from my father today, he said eventually. He's arranged everything for my return to Smallville next week, then Metropolis after that. Apparently the cover story about specialized magical education abroad has worked well enough that I can transition back without much questioning. And Superman? Hermione asked. Ready to make his public debut? Cal smiled at her use of the name they developed together during their training sessions. The world needs symbols of hope, especially now. Someone who bridges different types of strength, not just physical power, but moral purpose. You'll be brilliant, she said with absolute confidence. Though I expect the Daily Planet will have quite the reporting challenge when a flying man in blue starts appearing around Metropolis. Speaking of reporting challenges, Cal reached into his pocket, retrieving a small communication crystal they developed by combining Kryptonian technology with magical enchantments. This should allow instant contact regardless of distance. I've synchronized it specifically to your energy signature. Hermione accepted the crystal, feeling it warm to her touch as it recognized her hybrid magical pattern. Perfect for coordinating our research and planning visits. And for more personal conversations, Cal added softly. I may be leaving Hogwarts, but I'm not leaving us. I know, she assured him. This isn't an ending, just a transition to the next phase. As moonlight illuminated the tower, Cal's enhanced hearing picked up the distinctive sound of a dimensional fluctuation, subtle but unmistakable, one of the lingering effects of the convergence process. Hermione sensed it too, her magical perception now attuned to such phenomena. Another ripple in the cosmic pathways, she observed. They're growing more stable, less disruptive. Natural integration rather than forced convergence, Cal noted. The way it was meant to unfold. Like us, Hermione said thoughtfully. Finding connection across different worlds, different abilities, different perspectives, not through forced conformity but through mutual understanding and respect. Cal smiled, drawing her close. Exactly like us. Above them, stars pulsed with renewed significance, no longer distant and separate, but part of an interconnected cosmic tapestry that included Earth's magic, Krypton's science, and two beings who had discovered strength in their differences and purpose in their shared vision. Whatever challenges awaited, Luther's inevitable return, Namek's potential survival, the continuing unfolding of ancient prophecy, they would face them together, bridging worlds in ways neither could have imagined alone. Not just Superman and the brightest witch of her age, but something new and unprecedented, a partnership that embodied the very convergence they had helped guide toward hope rather than destruction. Magic and might, wisdom and strength, earth and stars, combined not to conquer, but to protect and connect worlds that had too long remained separate. Together, they looked toward the horizon, where their extraordinary journey had only just begun. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.